Oh, it's already live. You see. Oh yeah. I need to change the thumbnail.
Okay.
You change?
Do you have it? Do you have it on the here?
Yeah, I think it's right here.
You have it here?
The thumbnail?
Yeah.
Do you guys have this one? I don't have it.
Yeah, we do.
I can use that one. So how can I send that?
Where's your port?
Import? Mm-hmm. Here. This one.
Flash አምጣ እስቲ አብሰል
Yeah.
ፍላሽ
Here.
ፍላሽ ዋው ቴንክ ዩ ቀመጥ ይሻለኝ ነበር
Can hear you. I can hear your voice here.
ዋው ቴንክ ዩ
ኦኬ እንትን ነው
ቀመጥ ይሻለኝ ነበር
ኦኬ የሱ ዩቲዩብ ላይ ነው የተሰማኝ
በማን ፒሲ
እሱ ነው አዩ
Until. I love this music, man. It's good. A little bit of jazz.
አዎ ባና
Oh, what's this? Yeah, there's nothing. But hopefully it's connected to the sound there, right?
there's nothing
Huh?
there's
There's
nothing
nothing, yeah. I was not playing. Oh, that's good. Oh, can you?
yes
Yeah. Oh, still.
no this thing is like what I don't think so
Oh, still.
no
It's still. You have it?
this thing is like what
Hey. Hey guys. Hey guys. It's gonna be a great day. Hey guys. It's gonna be a great day. Hey guys. It's gonna be a great day.
We'll now have an inspirational speech. The person who makes this speech is a public figure. Most of us have the privilege of knowing her through mainstream and social media. A hero who raised another hero. I've been looking forward to hearing her inspirational speech with the title of Perseverance, an important virtue for a successful life. Professor Haragawen Asafa, Perseverance, an important virtue for a successful life. Please welcome her to the podium. A round of applause for her, please. Welcome, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction. And I congratulate and thank the African Youth Development Excellence Center for organizing this summit, and which creates an opportunity to discuss about critical African issues. I'm also thankful for the opportunity to speak in front of this great audience. Today, I stand on this podium in front of you and on many shoulders who represent societies from all over the world, starting from my parents, my elementary school teachers, all the way my graduate school teachers in the University of Mississippi, and the native white Mississippians, which according to the history may not have been kind, but I found them to be more understanding than my siblings. Those are the ones who really take care of my kids for me to arrange graduate conference. It's not about white and black. It's not about the brown. It's about sharing the same core values. Really, what gets between us is great. So, and then along my persevering journey in pursuit of my education and professional experience, I traversed from a small village in northern Ethiopia to the capital city of the country, Addis Ababa, and then to several states in the United States. This required perseverance, and in the process, I met and worked with people from all walks of life and different corners of the world. One of my greatest privileges in this journey has been learning firsthand, as human beings, we all care about each other, and we share many core values, regardless of where we come from, the color of our skin, religion, ethnicity, and so on. We also share common challenges. That mainly comes from greed, lack of knowledge, and opportunities. Watch out for greed. It's everywhere. It's in your village, your town, your city, your state, your country, your continent, and all over the world. Greed is all kinds of cards to feed its insatiable self. The gender card, when it needs, the color card, the religion card, the ethnicity card, and so on. Open your mind and educate yourself about other people, countries, cultures, different perspectives. Our world today is full of many things, many choices, the good and the bad. As Albert Camus, the Nobel Prize-winning novelist, said, life is the sum of your choices. Choose unity over division, love over hate. See the half full instead of the half empty, and see what he can do to fill the rest of the cup. Just don't sit and criticize and point your fingers to say, what can I do? Because we know, all of us know, even managing a household is very difficult if you are not on the same page. So many people sit and criticize on one person, could be the leader of the country or that. It's not that easy. What are you doing yourself in action? I need to get, these days I'm getting irritated. Do you know how complicated it is to run a country with poverty, with so many interests around? I know myself, I couldn't run a household, and I ended up raising my two kids by myself. I wouldn't go through that, but the alternative wasn't right. So who am I to say, focus on one person, on one party, political party, to say, as if it's easy, sit and criticize? If you could please, just point your finger to us and say, what can I do? If you are, physicians, just, there are so many sick people, do whatever times allows you. So this is just, So promoting now, it's about Pan-Africanism. Promoting Pan-Africanism should involve self-reflection, critical and honest self-assessment, identifying problems, owning the problems and trying to address them in collaboration with those who share similar values, Africans and non-Africans. It's about sharing the common values. It's not about, when you talk about Africa versus the West, no. For example, let's not say Americans. No, the American people are so kind people. We're talking about the few bad actors who work against their American values. America is not perfect country because we are not all perfect, but the best fact, no country opens the door like Americans. So the American people are kind, they open their doors, but of course there are few politicians who act against their important values because the Americans busy, they didn't have time to hold them accountable what they are doing on the world stage. So let's not say America versus Ethiopia or Africa. So let's point out at those bad actors who don't really represent the American people, okay? So when we say Pan-Africanism, it's not we are isolating ourselves, but we are identifying our problems. We extend our hands to those all over the world, whether brown, white, Asian, the North, just for us to work together because the world is one now, right? So, and I personally hate externalization, almost to the point of allergy. And one's own problem, whether it's individual, societal, national, or continental problem. When you talk about African problems, many people say it's because of the colonization. That was a long time ago. Yes, there is residual, but it's from both sides. We have Africans who are ready to sell Africa for the big bidders, right? On the other side, or some people, who are ready to, it's just both sides. We sell for the highest bidder. We have individuals who have no Africans by origin, but who are ready to sell for the highest bidder on the other side. So both of them, they don't represent the people, right? Let's point out that. So let's own our problems and do it. And then many people, when you externalize problems, it doesn't come by itself. There is a consequence to it. Not only one doesn't try to find a solution when you externalize, but also have in mind an enemy who created this problem, right? Does it make sense? So this alleged enemy is hated and should be fought through guns. Most of our continent's senseless wars are rooted in this mentality. Because we externalize our problems, the ones who create a problem for us, we need to fight them. It's 21st century with guns. Africa is full of these nonsense wars. So I'm just talking my heart out, so forgive me. So due to the war in northern part of the country, Ethiopia, I was away from my family after 9th grade. As a youth, I overcome so many difficulties. For the rest of, and then I was on my own for the remainder of my life. Life was not easy, but by God's grace, I made it through. Africa needs a lot of work to avoid or prevent many of the senseless wars in this continent. In this century, war solves nothing. We have to understand war solves nothing. Born into a deeply misogynistic culture as a girl, it took a lot for me to get out of the jaw of that culture. In that culture, it's normal to force young girls into marriage. I wouldn't be standing in front of you today if my father accepted this norm. Luckily, in my case, my father showed enlightened interest in my welfare and education. It was due to this protection that I was able to pursue my education. However, my married life in that culture was a hell. I was always under a saw and a gun because I appeared to have an independent mind and I needed to be subdued. That's the only thing I had was, I was kind of, I graduated from the university with medal every time, go to hell with your medal. I don't even know where it is. I envy the housewives. Nothing is interpreted. What do women and girls know? It's just so I wish I could be a housewife. They wouldn't have this. They wouldn't be targeted. At the same time, I was like, mopping the floor as university staff member at that time. So it's really And then the message to the mothers is, we raise our boys to be cowards. We tell them that if you have a strong wife, she's a danger to you. But she's a good partner. It starts from home instead of now, this independent mind, hardworking is dangerous to you. Wow, you have a good partner, really? It can make life easier. So it starts from home. And it's us, women, who do it. I'm not saying about women. The women are worse. They are the contributors. They are attacking me now with mine and my daughter. It's public information, right? I can say it, my daughter and I, but it's the women who are more after us because it was having our own mind was for them, it was foreign. And so really, when I say about women issue, it's not men against women. We are worse. At least we contribute 50%, if not more. So I'm not accusing men on this. But you could do better too, right? And it's good for you to have a strong partner. Life will be easier, isn't it? So, sorry, I get lost this, but I'll get back to it. So once one of my neighbors said, she told me, when we hear a gunshot at night, we thought you were dead. And not only me, I was under that threat, but my neighbors were like, oh, this woman was dead today. So once, it took a divine intervention to make it through alive. I don't talk about the details of my suffering for the sake of my children, but it's not, if I say nothing, it will be unfair to the women who are unlucky, who lost their life, who are, lost their eyes, their sight, and all that things. And if I say nothing, I feel bad. Yes, at no fault of mine and theirs, I raised them without their father. I give them everything I had, including my youth, but one person can give only so much, right? So for the sake of, I don't go into details. Even when I transitioned, when I left that alive, I didn't have even time to nurse my wounds. I was in the United States of America with 5, 7-year, 2 children, a PhD student, a visa holder, student visa holder, a breadwinner, managing my life was so really bad. If I don't say anything about it, it's unfair. How many women have lost their life, are losing their life because they happen to be prettier and they were like a threat, or they have a strong mind. I know one from the north, Dr. Member is helping in LA. She lost her sight, her face was disfigured. She was a strong one, and he spilled acid on her face. You might have heard of it. So these are a few examples. So let's work on this, please. And it starts from us women. Teaching our boys, it's good. You need to have a good, strong partner and so on. So that. So needless to say, Africa in general is patriarchal. So a society cannot develop when more than 50% of its population is disempowered. Therefore, I would like to call on all of you here and beyond, number one, to help fight underage marriage so that girls can have voices and the opportunity to choose to go to school and be whoever they want to be. I recently, I think a year ago, I had one case. This 12-year-old runaway bride, she went home for protection. I heard the mother and the father had holding her for the husband to rape her. So I couldn't imagine. I know one girl from Australia was around there, so it was kind of, distress about when she heard about it. So where else would you go for protection? Home, right? So because for this mother and father to hold her and, it's just unacceptable, please. Let's work on it. I know next year, this time, the next summit, I hope this will be a topic, because I know we know all our youth Africa needs to be empowered, but the girls face additional set of challenges, and very basic. So and then also not only to prevent underage marriage, but to help empower women in a proper way. Sometimes in the name of empowering, they are so manipulated. In some societies, to be hero, to be empowered, they have to push their children into war. That's the only way they get recognition. Can you believe that? Even animals have that maternal instinct. Because, that culture is so deeply misogynistic, the only recognition they get is when they push their children. Oh, your mother, she sent them. And also I used to hear when I was younger, if he doesn't hit me, he doesn't love me. I think it's bad, right? I hear it so many times, but probably the other time they are neglected, probably when they hit them, probably that's the only time they get attention, right? It's psychological thing. So really a lot of work needs to be done on this one. Also here, others, or when she is a woman judge or lawyer, she's tough on women because she has to prove herself by acting like men. We don't have to act like men. The only thing is God creates us to be complementary. There are things that men do, women cannot do. And there are things that women cannot do. It's complementarity is the key. Sometimes women's equality is misunderstood. We don't have to have muscle. We don't have muscle. I don't have the same muscle men have, right? So, but can you imagine a man being pregnant for 9 and nurturing that inside and, breastfeeding, all that? So let's do that and do your job, the muscular job. We're supposed to be complementary. We are like glass and bottle. What the glass does, the bottle doesn't do. So there is a misunderstanding, right? Like our democracy. The democracy in us is like ruining the little things we have. In America, you don't even cross a line. But here we ruin our little property. And it's democracy. And, in democracy, right comes with responsibility. The same with women's issues, so misunderstood, like the democracy in our society. So let's work on that. So it's complementarity. We just want recognition. We just want together. And there was one native Mississippian white friend, she used to tell me, when you say, I'm a woman, I'm not a lady. Do you want to? A woman comes with the natural. The ladiness comes with social expectation, right? So the difference between lady and woman is that woman is natural. She has a God-given good characters, maternal care, all that. But a lady comes from social expectation. She needs to act like, so many things. So there is a difference. We are women. We don't have to be ladies. Yes, we need to have, yeah. I'm just speaking my heart out. I'm not speaking as a professor here. I'm speaking from the life I live. And then, of course, being a professor, researcher shows that analytical mind, analytical skill. I can apply it everywhere. But here, I'm not talking as a professor. And I'm not talking on behalf of Addis Ababa University. I'm here. All my thoughts and the ideas are personal. Just a reminder. So, few tips at the end. If I could make it, anyone can make it. All the conditions I had, I couldn't pursue beyond 9th grade. I couldn't even make it alive. I have even a bullet scar here. When you was like in high school, the guns were everywhere. We were just talking. One of my friend was like joking and or like I was living. It was going. He thought it was, but he meant it to hit it on the face or this one. I don't know how it swerved and touched on this one. And it took some of my flesh. I can tell he was supposed to be, but he thought it was tight, He didn't know it backfired. But I said, God, when I think if I didn't die that time, you make me live longer for whatever it is. I have so many things. So I'm just speaking my heart out. So, but it wasn't easy. I used to, cry a lot. My eyes, tears would come in 3-4 rows. It started, if I get beaten, I would also cry. I was aware of outlets. That's why it didn't touch my head, but I always do. So I stopped crying when I went to America. They thought it was weird. And then I had to wait. I had so many responsibilities. I had to wait till I go to my bed, and then I can do it on my pillow. So I'm not telling you it was easy, but perseverance is the key. Persevere. And then overcoming the numerous challenges requires hard work, persistence, strong faith. Persevere. You will get wherever you want to be. When things get harder, you feel you are stuck, look back and see how far you have come. And that will give you an energy to push forward. And the right decisions are not easy, are tough. And you will find out you are stronger than you think. It's when you are tested, you feel, you know that you are strong. So you are strong. Don't say, I cannot do it. Just make the right decision. You will find out you are stronger than you initially thought. Don't externalize your problems. And I hate it because I didn't hold my problems. I face it. So it's good. So own it and work on solving it. Help others, but never leave yourself behind. Never leave, because empowerment starts from you, and never, you'll be ending up disappointing, and you cannot, help more people. Reach out to as many people, as many places as you can. You'll be surprised to find help and support from places and people that you even thought was unlikely, because regardless of where we come from, we do really care about each other and we share many core values. Most importantly, don't forget the power of empathy. Challenges in our personal life should open windows of understanding and help us see ourselves in others' shoes. God bless you. God bless Africa. God bless our world, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Professor Haragoin. I believe I speak for all of us here when I say that you're indeed an inspirational person. We can tell that your journey and learning along the way is an inspiration to all of us. You remind us of our shared core values, regardless of our diversity, the challenge that it will inevitably present, and we find comfort that we can make careful, intelligent choices on our individual capacity rather than externalizing the challenge. Your call to action is well noted. End child marriage, the need to invest in our future leaders, the need to help empower women instead of manipulation. And we're lucky that you have told us we can make it if you can. Finally, you told us about the need for hard work, persistence, and the need to remain strong. And I would like to end by your last words. Never leave yourself behind. Make connections. Thank you very much. Now, we will have speeches from two amazing public figures. Some will say that they need no introduction, but I wouldn't let these people stop me from introducing them because I've written down some things. Our first speaker is Dr. Mehret Dabbaba. He will be talking us through resetting the mindset and Ethiopian perspective. He has promised me that this will be an interactive session where you, participants, will also be invited to contribute. Dr. Mehret is currently the Chief of Academy for the African Leadership Excellence, a board-certified consultant psychiatrist since 2008, and a fellow of the American Psychiatric Association, with experience both in Ethiopia and the US. His focus is on personal and leadership development, and prior to his current post, he founded and led a successful consultancy and training firm, Mindset Consult, that trained thousands of government and private sector leaders since 2012. Most of you know him as a published author of 2 books, የተቆለፈበት ቁልፍ and ሌላ ሰው. And this morning, we have the privilege of listening to him on resetting the mindset. Dr. Mehret, the podium is yours. Welcome.
I don't need that? Okay. They don't want me to touch the ceiling, so good morning or good afternoon. very formal as the formal opening is over. So all protocols observed. Welcome everybody. So I'm invited here because I'm a psychiatrist. So they want me to check if you are mentally okay. So now I can okay, they're laughing and they are happy. So we're done with the evaluation. So let's go to our mind. Okay. The first question I have for everybody is to just use your pointing finger and show me your mind. Just point to your mind. Everybody, where is your mind? I know it's a very silly question, but I want to see where our mind is located. Okay? Here? Not here? Okay. Okay, show me your brain. So your brain and your mind live together? Okay, if somebody asks you, show me your laptop, you can very easily show your laptop. But if somebody asks you specifically to show you the hardware, it's easy, it's visible, it's tangible. But if somebody asks you to show him or her the software, where would you point at? So when we talk about the mindset, the root word, the mind has to be well defined and understood. Because if we didn't understand or if we don't define well what we reset or what we set, then we're talking about something very vague. How much we can reset the mind depends on how much we can define the mind. Because mindset is kind of a buzzword, almost a cliche now. So the topic I'm given to interact with you is growth mindset, an Ethiopian perspective. So first of all, I don't think there is a consensus on how Ethiopians see a growth mindset. So if you can modify that to just my personal perspective would be what I would present. And then if all of us as Africans can reflect on that and come to a consensus or an agreement, it would be somehow helpful and clear perspective on mindset in general. The other thing is, instead of growth mindset, which is also now becoming another buzz phrase, let's kind of modify that to resetting the mind so that we can focus on the mind, how we can reset it to what we want as Africans. One of the things is if we like it the way it's set, we don't have to touch it, we just use it. So the first question is, do we like it how it's set? Then that's our mindset. And if you see Africa from north to south, east to west, across the continent, I don't think there is one defined mindset which we can call the African mindset. I don't even think we have worked with that. People who believe in conspiracy would always say people from the outside has set up our mind the way it is now and we have to change. I'm not sure if there is an intentional investment to make the African mindset the way it is. Partly, we have to take responsibility for how our mind is set up. But before we go to the detail of how and what this mind is and how we can reset it and all that stuff, I want to raise some questions about Africa. That probably would be an incentive for us to see the mind in a different light. Right now, Africa is in a crossroad, I can say. What kind of crossroad? There is this vibe on the African Renaissance. Africa is at the verge of Renaissance or in the process of Renaissance. Do you believe that? Is that something you think we're in? Or Africa is at the cusp of the second scramble. Everybody's interested in Africa. Maybe after 60, 50 years of decolonization, we might end up where we started. A lot of people are believe in this. These two are almost perpendicularly opposite. Are we at the cusp of recolonization or Renaissance? Renaissance means rebirth. Colonization means death. So if we are recolonized, we're going to die again. So the question is, are we going to die again, or are we going to be born again? That's the question. Especially this generation need to answer. The other question I want to leave is, or raise is, has Africa been decolonized really? Some people believe that the land is decolonized, the mind is not. And if the mind is not decolonized, what use does the land have to be decolonized? In the past 50, 60 years after the land is decolonized, what was the result of our decolonization? This would connect us to today's topic. If the mind has not been really fought on, worked on, freed, indeed, we still have a lot to do, and we still need to focus from the land to the mind. Africa is very rich and at the same time very poor. Why? Africa probably is the most connected continent, you can say. It's just, one continent. Maybe Madagascar is the physically, slightly disconnected. But all roads in Africa are not helping us to connect. Actually, they all run to the ports. I cannot drive to, most of the countries from Ethiopia. We're still planning to connect ourselves with different modes of transportation. And then, of course, when it comes to the mind, do you think we have a connected, interconnected thinking mindset? That's a question we have. Africa is full of resources, but when we see Africa, is it really resourceful? To be full of resource and to be resourceful is completely different. So when it comes to the mind is a very interesting, I would say, not organ, but concept. Because the brain is the organ. We can see, we can weigh, and it has a location. But our mind somehow is like a software, even more abstract than a software. Because we have a social mind or a collective mind, which is the sum of all our thinking, all our ideas, plus we have an individual mind, the sum of our lifetime experiences. So when we say the mind, it is an invisible power in a way. When we are born, are we born with a mind? Yes, we're born with a brain. Are we born with a mind? What do you think? Are you not sure? Are we born with a mind? Or is it something the society gives us? Newborns are mindless, true or false? We're born with a mindset, true or false? The way I see it, we're born with a mind, but once we're born, that mind is set up through the experiences we have in our lifetime journey. So we're not going to have a new mind. We have a mind we're born with, a brain we're born with, a culture even, which is a collective thinking, a collective brain or a mind we're born into. So it's pre-existing. So when we talk about resetting the mind, we're talking about, looking into how this mind, this software, this operating system, these sets of applications in our brain are set up, and if we like it, we'll keep it, or we'll maximize it. If we don't like it, we'd replace it, we'd update it. So the mind is such a versatile software, I would say. We can work on it. You can ignore it, but then you'd pay the price for that. If you want to see someone's mind, you don't need to get into his or her brain. Actually, you just need to revisit or visit their house, their office, their life, their relationships, how they handle themselves, how they handle their environment and everything. So I would put some 2-3 models for the mind and the mindset, or the mind resetting, as a stimulation for conversation. And I would like to make it a sit-down conversation afterwards, so that we'll see how we understand this perspective. If I may ask you to stand up, everybody. We have 4 extremities. This is one of the models I have. So we stood on the ground with our feet. That's one way of our connecting. And we connect with our environment, let's say, with our feet. You can feel it. Yeah? So this is one. So since we're born, we're connected with the environment. So one of the function of our mind is to connect with the environment. And we'll define that. And then I want you to see your head. Where is it connected with? With the air. God can easily make our feet upside down for our feet to connect with the air and for our head to connect with the ground. But he didn't do that. And it's good this way, is that right? Or you want to do it the other way? It's okay. Because our head is supposed to connect with the idea world. So there is a different world than what we call the environment, the physical world. So we're connected with the physical world. We're part of it. And the second one is we're connected with the air, the idea world, the invisible world, since we're born. The third one is shake hands if you're not scared of COVID, or you can share a punch with your neighbor. You can do that. Or you can say bye, hi. since we're born, we're connected with other people. This is the third thing, very important. Starting from our moms and dads and our family, we've been connected with people since we're born. And the third one is our left hand, which is on the side of our heart, which is ourselves. There is a big world inside of us. So inside, outside, physical, ideal. So there are 4 worlds. So can you raise your left hand? This is you with yourself. And this is the right hand. This is you with other people. And this is you with the environment. You can ignore it. It can ignore you. You can take care of it. It will take care of you. And this is your head. You can't ignore ideas. If you ignore them, they don't ignore you. They come. They depress you. They excite you. So you may see it. So this is we. We are connected. So the way we access our mind is through these 4 routes. These 4 routes would help us, would make us how we should be. So let's go to the software now. I will start with the idea world. Our mind has a faculty that can access the idea world and transform what it gets from the idea world to the physical world. These 2 faculties, we call them imagination and creativity. By imagination, we can access the idea world as if we access the physical world. For example, you don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to stand up from your seat. You can be here and access any idea world. If I give you some ideas, your imagination would create an image. Let's say, for example, I say red. And then red is very non-specific. If I add love to red, what comes to your mind? I can't hear you. Rose, most of you know that. But if I say red and if I say sacrifice, what comes to your mind? Blood. Which means your mind takes those ideas, very non-specific ideas, and combine them and comes up with images. When you want to live here and go to, for example, somewhere in town, your mind first goes the way and chooses a road, which one is better, and then after you create the imagination, then you would choose, let me walk, let me drive, let me call an Uber or something like that, which means once your imagination is created, then your creativity would find tools from the environment to realize that. When you want to build a house, first, if you are good in imagining houses, you would do the drawing yourself. If not, you would hire people who are trained for 4 years how to change ideas into image, which we call them architects, and then they come up with the image. You can't live within the image. Then you give that image to people who can create that image into a physical reality. So these 2 faculties are really powerful faculties. Everything we see now was first an idea, somebody imagined it, and somebody realized it. So as Africans, we can't take Africa more than our imagination and our capacity to create. That's one. I don't want to go in detail more than this because I want to keep my shorter so that we can talk. The second one is environment. So with environment, we're born into some kind of environment we don't know. For 9 months, we lived in a very confined environment. So the first thing we do is we cry, because this one is completely different from the one we were in. Then we start to learn. Our eyes are our first exploring tool. Then we see people, and then one person we see so many times, we now feel comfortable with that person. And then as we grow, we see more people, and then we start to relate with people. With food. With our clothes. With so many other things, we start to relate. As we grow, we either limit ourselves with our relationship with the environment, or we can, it's a limitless. What do? Our mind. Our mind, when we put it in an environment, it's data sensitive. We always first connect with data. We count people, we count chair, we count time, we do a lot of things environment-wise. Raw data is the first thing we encounter with. How many people are there in this house? Do you know, sir? You don't know. But you can know. If I give you 10 minutes, you can tell me. The only thing you have to do is just count. Or you can sit there and call somebody. How many people are there? They can tell you. That's the data. But if I ask you to prepare lunch for these people, it's not, it requires a lot of data. It requires more than data. What it requires is information. So what our mind does is, it gathers data and then it organizes that into what? Information. Data and information do not stay, it does not necessarily need our mind. It can stay in paper or anything. But once we internalize information and we integrate it with our mind, it becomes knowledge. For example, you have kids, you take them to school, you pay to the school, and then trust them. To do what? To put some information in them, but not the raw information or the raw data. So you pay for the information. What you pay for the school is to change that information into what? Into knowledge. Then as we gather more knowledge, as we have more knowledge, what happens is our mind makes something out of that. It integrates it with each other and with everything else, and it becomes understanding. Understanding is wider, deeper, and more practical than knowledge. And then as you even further deal with understanding, it becomes wisdom. That's why wisdom is really rare. Wisdom basically is applied knowledge. It's a knowledge that's very practical. So degrees show how much knowledge we have or we claim to have, but you can't measure knowledge with wisdom with degrees. It has a lot of experiential element. That's why more wisdom is found in old age, because you have a long experience. So when it comes to the environment, how our mind relates with the environment is with the data, with the information, with the knowledge, with understanding, and with wisdom. The problem now, we live in an information age and we confuse that with knowledge. The problem now is we live in a school age, we have so many degrees, we confuse that. We confuse PhDs with wisdom. So, as Africans, how much knowledge, how much understanding, how much information we have about Africa, about each other. Depending on that, our mind is set up the way it is. So resetting means working on that aspect as well. One which is our right hand, we said, was what? Our relationships. From family to nation to continent. One of the thematic area for this conference is what? Reconnecting with each other. As continent, we don't know each other. We don't have a relationship of, experience. Like we know so much our family than our friends. If you ask a lot of people about Addis Ababa, most people don't know what Addis is even, let alone Africa. If you want to know Africa, do you have the means? Anybody who has a friend from like 20 countries in Africa, who can show me his or her hands? 20 countries. 2, 3 people. Anybody who has a relationship, in at least 1% from 54 countries? Oh, there's none. I mean, probably it's very hard to find that. So, when you see our relationship, it can be negative or positive. War-wise, there is a lot of war going on in Ethiopia. In general, in Africa, that's a sign of bad relationship. Not knowing each other is bad, but fighting with each other is even worse. And when you remember the slave trade, the colonization, as Professor said earlier, we are the one who abandoned and even sometimes sold our own people to, the outsiders. That's even worse. So when we talk about resetting the mind, it's about relationship. How? When you relate that relationship with the mind, there are many faculties, but I want to mention two. One is reason. Francisco Goya, a very, very, very famous painter from Spain, once said, the sleep of reason awakens monsters. We are rational beings. So when we relate with people, supposedly, it's not like instinctual, it's rational as well. When we deal with people, when we fight with people, we have to be rational. So reason is one of the biggest faculties of our mind. How do we argue our case? How do we understand things? How do you value things? Our reason has a lot to do with that. So resetting the mind means, enriching, checking our reasoning. There is a lot of faulty reasonings in us. And the other thing is, relationship-wise, we human beings are very different from other animals because we are speaking animals. But most of the problem is created because we speak, we can say, or we write. Social media. If we're not speaking creatures, we wouldn't have social media, we wouldn't have all these problems. True, false? So many medias, written, electronic, social. We write books. We gather in. There's a lot of coffee shops in Africa. We gather a lot. So, resetting our mind is, working on our speaking faculty. What do we speak? How do we speak? It is important. So we can't change our relationships until we can work on our reason and our speaking faculties. The first one is we, ourselves. Actually, resetting the mind, if it doesn't start with us, it's not really resetting. Two faculties also when it comes to our internal affair, our relationship with ourselves. One is attitude. It's how we see things. It's how we understand ourselves. Are we positive or negative? Are we optimistic, who believe that good will ultimately win, or are we pessimistic? Are we grateful or are we complaining about everything? Are we courageous or are we fearful? Are we trusting or are we very paranoid? So our attitude is how we handle ourselves in relation to everything else. Also, when you wake up in the morning, why you leave your bed is because you have some kind of motivation. Reason and drive, that's how I define it. You have some reason to wake up and you have some drive to wake up. Then you move on through the day. Why you came here and not somewhere else is because your reason and your drive is convinced to come here. Our motivation can be purely extrinsic, which means we need a carrot or a stick to do anything or not to do anything. Or else it could be a higher form of motivation we call intrinsic, which is basically we do things because we love to do it in spite of the price we pay, or we enjoy that thing because we cannot live without doing it. Why do we work? Why do we study? Why do we come here? Why we are late? Why do we come on time? It's all an issue of motivation. So, human motivation is a deep science, as you know. Human attitude is also as an expanding, especially in positive psychology, it's growing. So the mind, imagination, creativity, reason, language, knowledge, wisdom, attitude, motivation. If you study on these 8 functions of the mind, that's what you can change. By changing that, you would change your 4 relationships. By doing that, starting from your personal mindset, you can work on the collective mindset. If we have similar attitude, similar motivation, or compatible knowledge, we can change. So I would like us to discuss on this model. That's one thing I would forward. Probably the last thing is because we are time. Whether we're late or on time, but we're time. Time means the past, the present, and the future. Mindset is how we set up these 3 things. If you're wrong on the past, your mindset would be wrong. You can know that. That's why we study history. That's why universities have departments in history. That's why a lot of people want to write history, because they want to affect somebody's mindset. We all have a past personally. We all have a past collectively. We all have a past as a nation. We all have a past as a continent. That's one. But sometimes the past appears bigger than the present because we think it's a long, long, long time. But the present is sometimes more powerful than the past, because the past does not have any opportunity. You learn from it, but you cannot affect it. It will affect you, but most likely you are not going to go and change anything. But the present is an opportunity. The past is a library. So our mindset is actually who we are at present as well, how we handle the present. If you are stuck on the past, you're losing your present into the past. Especially Africans, we are really past-driven in many ways. Probably we need to see the present differently. And I sometimes think we tend to be late because we have limited respect for the present. I don't know. But the third element is the future, which is actually much bigger than the past. When it comes to vision, when it comes to plan, when it comes to imagination, creativity, it has a lot to do with the future than the past. The past is old people's property. The future is young people's property. A lot of people say, no, that's not right. I'm old, still I own the future. But let me define what old means. Old does not entail to age. Very young people can get old if they attach more to the past than to the future. Anybody, regardless of age, if that person is active in the present and hopeful and attached to the future, that person, that culture is more young. A lot of people would say Africans, most of Africans are under 30 years old, so we are the youngest continent in the world. But our mindset may not be young. Actually, my fear is a lot of young people are past-driven and past-dictated than future-oriented or future-plugged. So one of the ways how we can reset the African mindset is to make ourselves more present-focused and future-oriented and past-informed, I would say. And these 3 added up, what do we make? Narration. Africa is not a land. Africa is not even a people. Africa is a narration. Nobody can live outside of his or her narration. We're struggling with narration. At last, if you change your mindset, it means you changed your narration. At last, if we need to change our main mindset, it means we need to change our narration about the past, about the present, about the future, about our relationship, about our environment, about our ideas, and about ourselves. Thank you. So I think we have some time left. If we can stay here, maybe our moderator, Nabat, can come. And since our backs really red, we can consider it's a fireside. And we can do some talk, and I really like to hear your reflection on these aspects. We can talk more, but just these two models, and then after a few minutes we can leave. Yeah, Nabat. Sorry, I acted like a moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murat. Let's have a fireside chat. In the interest of time, we'll take a few questions, reflections, and then we'll go to the next speech. Yes, I see a hand over there. If you can please, ushers, if you can please assist me by passing the mic to the person who raised his hand right at the end of the room.
Thank you for the presenter. It was a splendid presentation of the two presenters, the professor and the Dr. Murat Dabbabe, all professionally qualified, I would say. With all due protocols observed, I would like to mention three things. The first is about colonization. Dr. Ngugi wa Thiong'o, a Kenyan author, wrote about decolonization of the mind, decolonizing the mind. I would rather say, and go further, say that about, would like to coin a new word, which is a colonization. Colonization through modernization. So that we haven't finished that process of colonization, not only the physical aspect, and also the mental aspect. The second is I'm so delighted and happy to connect with the African youth and thank the organizers for organizing such a wonderful session for African youth. African youth has a bright future if they use it wisely, if they use it prudently. The future is so full of potential, full of hope, full of opportunities, provided it is well led, well managed, because leadership matters. The third point I would like to raise is releasing the full potential of our youth, because the leadership entails and enables the release of full potential of our users. So finally, I would like to say that it's not only narration, but Africa is a concept which has to be enriched and go beyond the today's aspiration, but future-oriented, as the presenter put it nicely. Because we have to live as well in the present as well as the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that reflection. Thank you. Definitely food for thought. The lady over there, and then I'll come to this side. If you can pass the mic to the lady.
Sure.
Right in the middle.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murat. I've learned a lot from you. And while you were giving a presentation, when we were talking about changing the mindset, I was I was just reflecting about the educational journey that I've gone through. And sometimes when I had to fight so much with professors, especially the history aspect of it, because I remember back in the days, I'm sorry, I will not tell you which country or which history, for which country exactly we're studying at the moment, but they made sure the history, which is not of Africa, was made compulsory. And the history of the African history was made optional. And out of the three, you have to choose two, of which the other history was more compulsory, and one of them of Africa was optional. And that was very problematic, because if you want us to change our mindset, and you're giving us something to feed on from the past, which is not of our own identity, and then you're feeding us something that is very, very different. And that is more problematic, because the people that have made the policies more accessible are the people that are leading us. And whose mindset do we have to change here? Is it the people that hold the policies? Is it the mindset of the people that are having them? Or the mindset, or what mindset exactly here? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take a couple of more questions and then we'll address it, Dr. Merit. Dr. Merit? We'll take a couple of questions. He's taking notes, I'm sure. I've seen a hand over here, and then we'll go there.
Thank you so much. This is Sami Abdulkader from Ethiopian Youth Entrepreneurs Association. I'm the founder and president of this Ethiopian Youth Entrepreneurs Association. I'm glad today our ministry and Dr. Mehret are there. And I'm really happy about the questions that my sister is raised. So as a voice of users, I personally want to ask you that please make underline for whom we are really wants to work on the mindset, because at the end of the day, we all are human beings, and we need to add value for our nations and for our world. So what you really, as a user, needs to, what you really want to share about and wants to say for the users that have a vision and that have working to add value for depending on their vision or depending on their because we young entrepreneurs have a lot of ideas. We have a capacity to see problems, and at the same time, we have a solution on hand to solve this problem and realize our vision on this problem, not only in Ethiopia, on different African countries. The most problem is the mindset of our leaders. At the end of the day, they come on the same societies, but we need to work together, and please say something about our togetherness, because I personally want to say that without government, without different stakeholders, we youngs can't do anything, because we need an enabling ecosystem to realize our vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I promised I'll come back to this side of the room, and then by the looks of it, Dr. Mehret is committed to make this a conversation, and I'm sure none of the answers will come from him only. So on this side, I've seen, yes, there is a hand right at the back.
Okay, thank you. I'm so overwhelmed to meet you physically. Well, my first point is I want to reflect that the history reconnects us with the past. So I want to add more, that on the basis of the thing that is said about the present, like I would add that the history is the input, and that the output or the knowledge has to be provided and become an effect on the present, since the present is called present because it's a present and a gift and a second chance to revive from the past, from the mistakes that we made in the past, Well, then I also want to add about diversity. We Africans are diverse and beautiful, different color butterflies. So instead of using that diversity as a source of conflict and conflict with oneself and each other, why not use it as a source of beauty and pride? And the last point I want to mention is about accountability. Who is accountable? I mean, instead of blame shifting and shifting the blame to other people and saying it's because of them, this mistake is because of them, why not be accountable for what's happening at the current moment, and as a youth, unite with each other and create a better world and a better African continent, just to reflect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Dr. Murat, would you like to address some of the things?
I think most of the comments are well taken. Whose mindset we should change or we're talking about? For me, when I speak here, I primarily speak for us who are here, because if we talk about the leaders, we have to talk to the leaders when we get them, or in a way we can be sure they would listen and give us audience. So if we talk about so-and-so is responsible, and unless the leaders are changed, we cannot do anything, that's half-truths, I would say, because people who are here today might be the most influential leader of tomorrow. So we should not really look into changing our mindset when we become leaders, but actually the best time to change our main mindset is before we become one. That's why it's easier to mold children than adults, because they are more receptive, more open, more amenable. So for me, my message is strictly for the audience here and for the youth of Africa, because I can't address the leaders through you, and it cannot really make sense. My thinking is, if we focus on today's youth, tomorrow's leaders are taken care of. But if we miss today's youth and really focus on today's leaders, we'll be much less effective, because leaders have, to be honest, very limited time and need to listen to you, in a way. So the youth has to take charge, first of all, his or her own life. Second to that, his or her own influence and zone, and that should expand. I strongly believe today's youth are tomorrow's leaders. If you see today's leaders, they were yesterday's youth and nobody worked on them. So today we expect them to do what we haven't given them. So for this young audience to network, to connect, as I said, as a relationship, to become self-aware and invest on themselves, also to be environmentally aware and celebrate Africa, love Africa, everything about Africa. When I say environment, also cultural environment of Africa, and also really work on their own self-image, self-esteem, and how they define and present themselves. I think that would be a new mindset. So my strict focus and my strict addressing is for the youth of Africa, I would say, because it's very difficult to write a letter for somebody in an address addressed for somebody else. When it comes to diversity, what made us diverse is not because we are so different. What made us diverse is partly we're different, but that is not really the primary cause of our, disconnect in sense of diversity. If we have a strong connection culturally and even diplomatically, and if we have common platforms like this, our diversity would become a beauty. Like you mentioned the butterfly has so many colors, but it's on one butterfly. So there is a connection, and we enjoy the color on the butterfly. But if that color is spread around without some connection, it doesn't give meaning. So the meaning of butterfly happened not because the color is uniform, but there is one unifying factor, which is the butterfly. So if we see Africa as the butterfly who is flying, who is alive, then we all have different colors. And if we harmonize ourselves on this one continent, and if we accept each other, respect each other, be curious to know the other person's culture, identity, and everything else, then we can fly together like just that one butterfly, I would say. The final thing I would want to say is, the individual is really undermined in Africa. I know we are very communal, very group-oriented, even our own human rights or whatever it is. The individual is, is almost invisible. And when you see institutions are strong when they have strong individuals. Leaders are individuals, we should know. We have to invest on individuals. Mindset starts from the individual. If individual mindsets are not well set or well reset, there is nothing we can get from the collective. Even cultures start to change from the individual. I think the key factor is, am I in charge of my life? Am I responsible for my life? Am I working on my life? If everybody here works on their own life, on their individual capacity, the collective capacity would be higher. But if everybody is hidden or blame the collective identity, the culture, the politics, and the institutions, they will never change. So ideas change individuals, individuals change institutions, institutions change nations, and nations change the continent. That's how it goes. When we get ideas, those ideas first has to change the individuals before they can change institutions, be it family or government or anything in between. And then once we have changed it, we have to multiply what we have to others through, in this country we call it Madamar, which is basically a concept of multiple ideas, I would say synergy. We have to add up our energy. We cannot act individually and have an impact. The other is synchrony. We have to assimilate our time. Synchrony, chronos means time. Synchrony is in our time. We should fly together. We should work together. The other is we should work in systems thinking. We should also work in a symbiotic way. Bio means life. Our life has to work for each other, not against each other. So in a way, once one individual is changed, the way how it works for the continent is if we can appreciate what the other person has, and if we can be willing to share what we have. This is what makes the continent bigger. There is no continent, there is no nation which has been founded on one individual or even one group. It has to really be inclusive and participatory. And if we all give our best, we can create the best continent we imagine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Merat. I know this is a very rich subject, and I'm sure there are many hands that are going to fly up in the air if I give another round of opportunities for reflection and question. But in the interest of time, we'll have to move on and go to the next speaker. During lunch break, I'm sure you'll have access to Dr. Merat and each other to develop this idea even further. Let's now thank Dr. Merat for his contribution. Dr. Merat told us that resetting the mind would mean we'll have to be past-informed, present-driven, and future-oriented. And that's the way to stay young. By your definition, we are all very, very young. Our next speaker is Professor Mamo Muji. He's a chair-rated research professor in innovation studies at the Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa. He's currently the DST NRF Research Professor at the Faculty of Management Sciences at the Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa. He previously served as a Director of Research Center on Development Studies and International Relations, Department of History, International and Social Studies, Aalborg University in Denmark. He is also a founding board member of Globelix, focusing research on the challenge of building African innovation systems. He has served as a scientific board member on a variety of networks, including Medalix. He has taken major initiatives for numerous doctoral and master's academy in various universities in Africa and all over the world. I wish I had the time to tell you all about Professor Mamu. However, the entire bio is available on the website, so I would invite you to visit it at your convenience. His speech is entitled Implications of Ubuntu and its Significance on Education Systems from Kindergarten to Higher Education Levels. Let's give him a round of applause as he approaches the podium. Thank you, Professor.
አርጉልኝ ብዬ ነበር እስካሁን። እሺ ይቅርታ፣ ፓወርፖይንት አዘጋጅቼ ነበርና እና ፊክስ አላደረጉትም። ሰው ይቅርታ። ሃሎ፣ የት አለ የት አለ የት አለ እንትኑ ግን የት ነው የሚጀምረው? መጥቷል። ኦኬ መጥቷል። እሺ በማይንድ ሴት የሚለው ላይ በአማርኛ አልናገርም፣ በእንግሊዝኛ ነው። እሺ እሺ I have to speak in English. Okay. The mindset our brother spoke is very, very good. The African mindset. I think we have our SIM card, our hard disk, our software is full of virus. And to clean it up, we need something serious. So let me start maybe with a poem for you, so that to encourage you also. It is easy to sing when the streets themselves are alive with singing, when the drum beats, the rhythm in us all. It is easy enough to speak the words that move when the crowd is aroused and wants what you wish it to prove. What is not so easy is to start from the dark, not knowing where to spark. For the real work is the work that no one sees and earns no remark. Go for hard work. Make hard work as fun. Right? Do not go for remark. Don't call me a professor. I'm Mamo. Mamo means a young boy. So I think I want us all the young people to be change makers and game changers. I like you to be that. I like you to engage like that. Right? I have a daughter, she's amazing. She teaches in England, in a college. And all the students told her, you are the best teacher we ever had. She always gets things like that. I hope one day she comes to Ethiopia and supports all the youth. So I think what we need to do is really genuinely engage. We need to change our mindset in a very interesting way. And we need to use Ubuntu to also do that. I also want to make another poem. The falcon has not heard the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood dim tide is loosed everywhere. The ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all convictions, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. In Africa, we have leadership challenge, right? Institution challenge, governance challenge, system challenge. All this is because the worst, all right, have passionate intensity. The best, lack of all convictions. So we need a mindset change to make the best have the convictions, the best convictions, and the worst to remove their convictions. We need mindset change like that. Sorry for motivating me, but now I come to Ubuntu. We need Ubuntu. We have the best philosophy in the world is created from two places in the universe. One is from us in Africa. All right? And Ubuntu philosophy is, sincerely speaking, the best. And I am in South Africa. And South Africa is like my home now because I have been there nearly 15 years. And I have really very good relationship with the South Africans because all the South Africans They have been attacked by racism, and I have made so many doctoral students. So I feel very happy and very, really genuinely, very, very, very sincerely. And that philosophy came from the ancestors in South Africa. It's Ubuntu philosophy. The other philosophy is from India. Vasudhaiva Bukubakam. If you go to the Sanskrit in the Indian language, I once gave a lecture in India, at Jawaharlal Nehru University, and I talked about this philosophy that the Indians have. They were amazed. Hindu Times wrote about it. How come an Ethiopian knows about us and what we don't know, he said. No, sincerely. What it says in that is that the Bukubakam, what it says is the entire world is one human family. Don't call some strangers some relatives. It's exactly like us, Ubuntu. Now, if we are saying something, if we believe in this, that we are one family, you are me, I am you, why won't I hurt you? Why would I do that? If I hurt you, I'm hurting me. Why if we have a philosophy that created that, why are we in this difficult situation? So let me try to, before I do that, I would like to thank very much the AYDEC, very much, for, before I think we used to be when I remember you, we used to have the African Innovation Week. Now you turned into the Pan-African Youth Development and Excellence Center. Wow, that's interesting. I'm very happy, and today is Africa Day, and I want to congratulate all of you for Africa Day, but I want to say something about Africa Day just before I go back. Forgive me. In today's Africa Day, we should have it a public holiday, but it's not a public holiday. The only countries that make it a public holiday are Ghana, Mali, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Angola, Chad, Comoros, Equatorial Guinea, Lesotho, Liberia, and Mauritania. Only about 12 countries, states in Africa. I don't want to call them countries, states. We don't have big countries like Nigeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, all these countries, South Africa, they don't make it a public holiday. Today should be a public holiday of all Africans. The African Union should make it in such a way that all the members of the African Union should make it. How come at the Liberation Day, the Freedom Day, the Africa Day, all right, which is now the 59th anniversary, is not a public holiday across Africa? So I have a protest also. Mindset change, all right? There's so many mindset changes we need. So let me do this now. Okay. Ubuntu, Ubuntu is built on the philosophy. There is an I in you and there is a you in I. We cannot be fully human alone. We are made for interdependence. We are made for family. I am because we are. This is extraordinary philosophy. If we believe in this, sincerely speaking, do we need weapons? All right? Do we need guns? Do we need soldiers? Do we need all this security you see today when the Prime Minister came here, the Deputy Prime Minister? All right? Do we need that? We don't need it. If we believe in this humanity, we don't need any war. We don't need any soldiers. All right? You see, even creating soldiers, creating wars, creating nuclear weapons is completely inhuman, sincerely speaking. Genuinely speaking, we don't need it. If we are genuinely family, human, I say you are me, I'm you. Hurting you is hurting me. If I believe in a philosophy like this, the sky is the limit. Our humanity becomes the universal distinction and conviction for all of us to exist in a very beautiful life with happiness. All right? We are not. So we don't need all this. What we humans have done is not right. Sometimes I wonder whether I should write an email to God to ask him, why did you create these creatures to be like this? No, sincerely. Because we have these extraordinary values. Time now is Ubuntu to undertake rethinking, thinking, reframing, framing, relearning, learning, redoing, doing, retransforming, transformation, perform, performance, and reform, reformation. We need some new ideas, new vision, all right? New imagination, new creativity, new mindset change, as the brother was saying. We need it in a different way. We unthink to rethink, unlearn to relearn, unengineer to re-engineer, undesign to redesign. Entirely the whole the entire system has to be changed. We humans haven't done that. Even now, we are divided. We are still not united. We say we have Africa Union, but forgive me, I'm worried about it because I'll just give you a concrete example. We tried to ask them to create a Pan-African Education Commission. In 2015, we sent a concept note to the directors to change the education system by adding Ubuntu, many things like that. Sincerely speaking, they didn't even write to us. I didn't get anything from them. I said to them, please, let's do it, but it never happened. So let's go for that. When you have Ubuntu, you embrace others. You are generous. You are compassionate. If the world had more Ubuntu, we would not have war. We would not have this huge gap between the rich and the poor. You are rich so that you can make up what is lacking for others. You are powerful so that you can help the weak. Just as a mother or father helps their children. This is a brother, Hunter Oliver Adams. He's an African American. He's a good brother of mine. I invite him to South Africa all the time. He writes a lot on Africa. And he put Ubuntu, defined it in this way. I just want to quote him. Recently, we had also an excellent conversation we had on Imhotep. I don't know how many of you know. How many of you know Imhotep? Anyone? Yes, in the ancient Egypt. Yeah? He was a genius of geniuses, the Einstein of Einstein, and he was African. What didn't he know about? Astronomy, architecture, medicine, mathematics, physics, anything. All the sciences, and he did it extraordinarily. And you know what the Europeans do? When they take his picture, they don't want to put him with African image. Because he's such a genius, they say, no, an African cannot be a genius. This is a problem we have. And luckily, I have given a lecture on him. All my students in South Africa, they love it, sincerely speaking. And recently, we have now set up also what we call the Osiris University, ancient Kemet, all these areas, ancient Egypt, all the pyramid of Giza. I don't know how many times you have gone to Egypt. I've been many times because they invite me to universities to give lectures. So I have done that. And then when I see the pyramids, all you see is African images. That's all I see. All right? So I think we should know that too. Okay. Okay, maths embodied foundational values of love, life, creativity, and awareness that work to inhibit or isolate Isfet, life's entropic tendencies, by an inner matrix of virtues, order, balance, harmony, compassion, reciprocity, justice, and truth. Math cannot easily translate into European languages. They don't have it. We have it. African universal values of math, Ubuntu, and others make Africans associational, not individual. Sincerely speaking, we are associational. Forgive me. Sadik Natalem Natemaritu Nategua Akstoche Gotoche Mistoch Minch Bilalin Tatalin Aferson Brsil Yalun Yasadegun. They are beautiful. I mean, the way forgive me, the older people, they were patriots, they were fighting for their country. The values they had, it was extraordinary. And luckily, I grew up with them. I still am trying to keep, when I relate to people, I don't want to take from you, I want to give you. If I do that, I feel like I'm following up from what they taught me when I was a little boy. So I think we should be like that. So I think that is what we do. Ethiopianism, Pan-Africanism, and the African Renaissance have powerful values, principles, and ideas to bring faster the unity of Africa. But everyone in Africa, from elementary to tertiary, must learn and make mindset shift from division to the unity of all Africans living as one human family. We need to move like that. I don't know how many of you know about Ethiopianism. I have written a lot on Ethiopianism, and you must know, I always say to people, if you are a Christian, where do you go? To Jerusalem. If you are a Judaic, where do you go? To Israel. If you are a Muslim, where do you go? To Mecca, Medina. If you value independence, where do you go? Ethiopia. Which is the countries that's in the Bible is written, her hands stretched unto God? Ethiopia. Which country in the world has two manifestos in its name? Ethiopia. Which country in the world has her flag in the sky? Ethiopia. I must say to you, I can explain so many things about Ethiopia. The origin, which country in the world has a calendar which is preferred by Europeans? Professors from Europe say it's better than the Gregorian and Julian calendar. Ethiopia. Ethiopia is also Africa. When I say Ethiopia, please link it with Africa. Which country has alphabet? No, this is Sylvester Williams, the first university president of the history department of Addis. He's from Sweden. I know him very well. He was in Lund. He even invited me to his house for 1 week. What books he has about Ethiopia is extraordinary. I'm telling you, extraordinary. And you know what he said? In the millennium 2007 in Oslo, both of us were asked to give a keynote address. And you know what he said? The Ethiopian alphabet can be the alphabet for the whole world. You know why he said this? In the Ethiopian alphabet, it expresses any voice, anything. In the Latin and Roman alphabet, if you say C, it's C, S-E-A, and C, S-E-E. U, Y-O, T, T-E-A. You have many things like, so many words like that. All of them are not the same alphabet. They tell you other things too, but not the Ethiopian alphabet. That alphabet can be, all right, for the entire world. So which in the world, in the whole world has a country like that? With all these things, Ethiopianism has been also Africa for Africans, Africa for humanity, Africa to reach God. All right? When they used to say that in the people, so many churches have been set up in South Africa. If you go, over 6,000 churches have been set up. If you go to Port Elizabeth, over 300 Ethiopian churches still exist. If you go to Cape Town, the same thing like that. So many fascinating things have been done about Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is extraordinary. I mean, it's a great example for all of us. And I really think we should value and recognize, and all of you, I like you to change your mindset from this ethnic, religious, all these differences. No, don't value differences. Difference we should appreciate. Our similarity as Ethiopians, we should celebrate. Something like that is what we should do. I really, and that is actually, with Ethiopianism, is what was started Pan-Africanism. The foundation is Ethiopianism, then Pan-Africanism. And now we are in the stage of African Renaissance, but I'm not sure what's going. Julius Caesar exclaimed, "Ex Africa semper aliquid novi." Out of Africa comes always something new. Let the current new from Africa be to practice Ubuntu, to make Africa become free from poverty, unemployment, inequalities, conflicts, wars, and religious, ethnic, gender, and all other divisions, to bring social justice and social solidarity for all of us. All right? So, apply Ubuntu to deal with the 4 challenges confronting Africa. The problem of unending poverty, inequality, and unemployment has not been replaced with additive multiplicative well-being for all the people. The world is going through demographic explosion and climate change, with informal and agricultural economy remaining still largely where the majority of the people live. The 4th challenge is now the global COVID-19 pandemic that has created problems that still remain unresolved. We are now also entering into what is being described as surveillance capitalism, which is connected to the digital age of the 4th industrial revolution. We have extraordinary, all this social media. I say to all the young children, to say to the parents, make sure you control this media, because all the children must not see all these things that's happening, and you know what's going to happen. I mean, with this, what's going on in Ethiopia now, I've been suffering, trust me, because of the way the media exposes whether what is true or not true, you don't know it, but so many things are being told. Things like that are happening. We have surveillance capitalism now. Now, Ubuntu to change the African education system, to create an African unity for Renaissance project identity, to promote smart growth based on unified knowledge, learning, and innovation, inclusive growth that combines the knowledge of the community with the knowledge from the academy, sustainable growth that utilizes natural resources by combining the human, natural, and spiritual worlds with moral intelligence. We need an African Union Education Commission, must be established to create the African free education system with Ubuntu, including indigenous knowledge. I really think this is important. I hope they will do it. If they do it, we will have a course. We can develop a module very easily. We have done so many things like that on Ubuntu philosophy that could be taught from early childhood to everything. And this mindset change, instead of talking about it, we should practice it. We should do it by creating this, really bringing all the indigenous knowledge also. Changing the African education curriculum was Ubuntu. Ubuntu from kindergarten to research university must be included. Ubuntu continuously from primary, secondary, higher education beyond in people's work lives must be there. Expanding education to community society. Expanding education to business and industry. Every African to become all-time learner and creator with the knowledge, learning, innovation, competence system through one's life. This is critically important to do it, and if we value Ubuntu and we practice it, then we'll not have no war, no soldier, no weapons. We'll be in a different, we'll create a new imagination. The space, all right, the land and the sea, the way we explore the universe will be in a different way. So, education curriculum modules with Ubuntu. Develop or identify common core educational curricula for kindergarten, elementary school, high school, college, and universities. Harmonize and monitor the implementation of common core curriculum across member state educational institutes in all schools of tertiary education, university. Develop and monitor the implementation of Mama Africa curriculum in all member states, in all schools. And we have started the beginning, how our ancestors lived peacefully before colonialism. We could call it Module 101. We can start. How Africans dealt with colonialism and survived. Africa Module 102, we can call it. The birth of Pan-Africanism, how Africans live now in the post-colonial period, Mama Africa 1C. The African Unity Delay Resolution with Ubuntu Future, Mama Africa 4. We can develop new courses, really sincerely, and it's not a problem. We can do it, and Ubuntu will be included in it, and we can start it with all the ways so that we can be, genuinely speaking, we don't say political unity. We make unity in our values, in our understanding, in how we see each other, how we value each other, how we, all right? Something new could be created, and I think this would be wonderful. So, create accreditation standard also. Standardized qualification accreditation for African Higher Education Institute, do not outsource it. That's our biggest problem. Everything we do, the standardization comes from outside. You know, I have many journals I'm doing, a number of journals that I'm publishing. They are now recognized, but they have to be in Scopus, in Web of Science, everything, but others control it. We don't have it. We don't have our, the Chinese have theirs, other countries have, the Japanese have theirs, South Korea has theirs. We don't have it. Why is that? What do? We rely. Colonialism is not just, you know, this is political colonialism. It's also education. We need to decolonize the education system. The way we do it is we say, we agree together, and if we have the African Union, if we have the Education Commission, we suggest it to them, and we're very happy to do it. People like me, I'm not interested in money. I hate money. I swear to you. If you want to love people, hate money. Don't like money. So what I must tell you is I'd be very happy to just support African unity. I'll be very happy to do that, yeah? So develop an all-Africa-wide African-focused curriculum on African history, economy, indigenous knowledge, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and culture. Create awareness on principles of African Union, Pan-Africa, and create the self-confident, responsible, accountable generation for Africa to stop taking unity and promoting conflict, division, and corruption. We should really now move into that new culture, all right? Adding Ubuntu value in the ongoing process. Enlighten African young generation with the latest development in scientific research in different areas, and of the political, culture, socio-economic, ecological changes that's ongoing in Africa. Let's do that too, all right? Ubuntu anchored development culture, educate African children of the new challenges faced by Africa, including questions of African unity, Pan-Africanism, regional integration, education, culture, youth, gender issues, health, cultural diversity, creativity, arts, culture and development, intercultural dialogue within Africa, peace and environment, climate change, urbanization, scientific research and innovation, healthcare, sustainable development, good governance, South-South cooperation, relationship with the Africa diaspora, and indigenous knowledge, and science, technology, engineering, mathematics, education. We should do all that. New Pan-African Education Commission. Let's all petition to get the EU, the Pan-African Education Commission, to be approved by the African Union, making the Pan-African Education Commission to work in line with the African Union social policy framework and in partnership with African nations' education ministers and academic institutes across Africa to strengthen and develop continent-wide core curriculum and accreditation parameters for all the African youth with Ubuntu. By working with experts throughout Africa, the Pan-African Education Commission pools Africa's subject matter expertise in education to develop Mama Africa curriculum and set of parameters to accredit African professionals by the AU for good without external interferences. I think that would be wonderful if they allow us to do this. And since most of you may have connections, please tell them it's now how many years? 7 years since I wrote this concept note and sent it officially. They have not responded. Why are they not responding? The African Union, they must. Today is Africa Day, Africa Liberation Day, Africa Freedom Day. On this day, I want all of you to petition with me and send this message to them. And they are here in Addis Ababa. Please tell them, and let's form the African education. And I'm sincerely speaking, we can make a huge difference if Ubuntu values and philosophy is included. African unity will come faster, not be delayed until 2063. There's so many years back. Why do we have to delay it? Why? Africa is the richest continent in this planet. The DRC Congo has resources estimated to 24 trillion. That's the combined gross national product of all of Europe and America. Can you imagine? In one place in Africa alone, South Africa, where I am, they have 16 minerals, trillions again. But again, many of my South African brothers and sisters in a difficult. In fact, recently, you know what happened in Durban? You know, there was all this flood and things. I organized with my brothers and sisters, about 800 Ethiopians, raised many things to try to support them. I was so happy, honestly. In fact, the government, the regional government was very supportive of us. Even in Mpumalanga, youth, the African youth, we try to also give them, send them employment. And we're working on it. In fact, they put us in the newspapers. Things like that. We should work very hard on this to make sure that we support each other. The South Africans are Ethiopians, Ethiopians are, we should be believing like that. When something bad happens to one, we should be with them. Not just say, oh, they are outsiders. No, 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 no. We shouldn't say things like that. I think that's what we should do, okay? Let me not take too much time. This is the new curriculum structure with Ubuntu. We've developed it. If the Office of African Union Education Commission approves, the commissioner approves it, we have developed a structure for them. So if they want, they can do it, and I think it would be fantastic if this can be done. A new hybrid center with Ubuntu, even African development has to be anchored with Ubuntu values. There is a need now to build new synergy between development and innovation system. Economic gain to make profits is not sufficient. There must be social well-being gain and environmental protection gains, health gains, education gains. Synergize informal with formal economy, indigenous with modern or knowledge, and not merely prioritize the economic variables by excluding the social environmental gains to undertake both innovation and development. So I'm just adding to you, with the way we do economic growth, the way we value and validate it, all right, the way we understand it is also weak. I like that to change too. I want a paradigm shift, a mindset shift. To also, what do we mean by economic development? What we need is zero poverty has to come. The well-being of the people matters, not the wealth, not making very rich people. Do you know the greatest philosopher? All right, he's Ethiopian, Zara Yaakov. And we published a book, Engineering, Design, Mathematical Modeling. I dedicated this book for him. He deserves it because long, long before the European Enlightenment, 200 years before, he created the African Enlightenment. No, sincerely. And you know what he says? Poor people, he says, are more happy than rich people. You know what happens with rich people, he says? I love the way he did it. You know, in his book, Hatata, Claude Sumner, the professor from Canada, came here, learned our ancient language, Giz, which is the, sincerely speaking, what is not written in the Giz language. On every sphere, binary logic mathematics, the mathematical system the entire internet world uses now is built from us. All right, you know it. The mathematical system, astronomy, Abu Shakar. On every sphere, the knowledge ocean is in our manuscripts. And who takes all these manuscripts? Europeans and others take it. And you know what? Claude Sumner, give him credit. He came, he learned Giz, and he translated Hatata. And that's why I read it. I learned Hatata not from the original Giz, I learned it from the translation from Claude Sumner, professor. Okay? And we shouldn't be doing. All of us, I really mean to all of you, you mothers and fathers, if you don't teach your children Giz, you are making them miss, all right, the ocean of knowledge that was created thousands of years in the ancient Ethiopian manuscripts. These manuscripts have been taken, stolen. They are all over Europe, honestly. I must tell you one thing. In the British Library, I once was in the British Library in King's Cross. I read on 9 pages a German writing. Every pharmaceutical knowledge that Germany got is from the Ethiopian ancient manuscript. That's what it says, from the Orthodox Church. That's what they say. And then you know what? I try to do? I try to do my copy, and the librarian said, no, you cannot, you're not allowed. But unfortunately, I did it as I was about to go out. So I said to her, okay, next time when I come, you'll allow me to, I'll write it down and I'll read it to all of you. No, sincerely, this is extraordinary what has happened. The knowledge universe is extraordinary, that came. Ancient knowledge, honest wisdom, everything you've been saying is fascinating. And now there's a prediction with all the problems Ethiopia has, by next, I don't know how many years, it's going to come out of all these problems. Maybe now, if we discuss like this, maybe we'll solve all our problems. We have no problem. Potentially, all of you are geniuses. So your gene is fine. It's just that you are into ነገር ቁም ነገር ውስጥ የላችሁም ጥበብ ውስጥ መግባት ወደ ነገር ውጡ ይሄ ኦሮሞ አማራ ትግሬ ምናምን በእግዚአብሔር ብላችሁ ተውሱን እንዴ ምን ነካችሁ ይሄን የመሰለ So there is a need to build new synergy ብያለሁ I think ይሄን አድርጌዋለሁ ነግሬያችኋለሁ ይሄኛውን So the development innovation theories have evolved mainly dominated by economics field. There's a need to generate problem-based knowledge creation by applying all the disciplines using the unity of knowledge. We need a unified conceptual framing and theories linking innovation system with tangible, measurable, developmental, comprehensive health, human nature, safety outcomes. Okay? Ontology, epistemology, axiology with Ubuntu. The ontology, epistemology, axiology of innovation with development need transformation by rethinking them to address the challenge the world is going through. We have now digital gangsters and cybercrime and social media awash with unregulated explosion of all kinds of morally, emotionally not intelligent information. We have suffered with this Ethiopian war situation. I swear to you, ስንት ጊዜ ያልቅሻለሁ because የምትሰሙት ነገር ያስደነግጣል. ግን ብዙ ውሸት ይሁን እውነት ይሁን ለማወቅ ደግሞ ይከብዳል. Because we have this social media, it's awash with all kinds of crap. ብዙ ክፉ ነገር አለ. እና ይሄን ሁሉ በኮንትሮል መደረግ አለበት intelligently. Moral intelligence, emotional intelligence, intellectual intelligence ያስፈልጋል. በጣም ኢምፖርታንት ነው እሱን. There's a need for transforming innovations that can contribute to a well-being anchored development of both humans and nature ነው የምናደርገው. Okay, Ubuntu for Africa to manage digital time. Let Africa move from the physical world to the digital world and enter into the knowledge economy with the smart, integrated, green, innovative Africa. Let Africans also try to develop sovereign wealth fund to make the people own rich African wealth that still continues to be exploited by those who are not Africans, except those who collaborate with the external exploiters of Africa. No need to depend on loans, aid, and debt. Better to undertake all transformation and production by engaging all the people like Ethiopia did in building the Ethiopian Grand Renaissance Dam. It is the people of Ethiopia, I'm so proud of them, that are raising the resources to build the dam in the Nile River. All of us contribute Arganal, which is so nice. I like that. Let's continue to do that. I think it's very, I said something, the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Can I just tell you, in 1996, Norway had oil, very little oil. Compared to what we have, it's nothing compared. You know what happened? They debated for almost 1 year. What should we do with this oil? Should we give it to the state? They said no. Should we give it to the companies? No. To the people of Norway? Yes. And you know what has happened now? You know? I went to the University of Oslo. They invited me to give a keynote, like you invite me. And then when I went there, you know what they said? They take me to a restaurant. When I say I will pay, they say, no, what's the matter with you, mom? We're rich. What's the matter with you? We have a lot. That's what they say. Almost everyone haptam honol. There is no poor person. When I was living in Scandinavia, I was teaching in a university for 12 years in Scandinavia. All right? I must tell you, I never had a key for my place where I stay, for my office. Never. Nobody will steal because everybody's okay. No, they have made it like that. Social, you know, federal social intent. And that's very interesting. እኛ የውላችሁ ኢትዮጵያ አሁን የሌለን ነገር የለም በእግዚአብሔር ብላችሁ. We have everything, but I don't know. We have become as if we have nothing. So I think this is a serious matter. Everything we have, we should value it, add value to it, and also make sure we create a system where everybody gains from it. Not making some rich and a lot of people poor. No, 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 no. That is also good. So we need to even change the development. When we say development, what do we mean? Who is really gaining? Who is losing? We must know. Something like that is what I think we need to do. So let's continue to do research guided with Ubuntu. We have been working on how to apply this transformative innovation development to the African context. The book we produced, please read our book, Putting Africa First, The Making of African Innovation System, highlighted the critique of the current development promoted by both national and international organizations. No imitation of national innovation for Africa, no imitation of development economics for Africa. Africa needs a contextually anchored new model that synthesizes innovation with an African integrated and sustainable development innovation system. Our book, we wrote it in 2003. Yene supervisor, I was very lucky. I had a British supervisor. He was a very extraordinary man, but Chris Freeman Balal. And now he said, the country, the Africa, the imperialists built at the last must be put as first. Isn't that nice? He's British, but I'm Dasilal. He said, fascinating, you know. So we wrote this book, Putting Africa First. I remember another one who was working with me. He says, why are you, Mamo, putting Africa first? But I said, we don't put the name Putting Africa First, because if we put Africa first, it's humanity first, because you dehumanized Africans, so to humanize it, we must put Africa first, I said. Because I said this, he was a bit not happy, but I told him, if you want to join me, you have to accept, but eventually he did. I convinced them. Now I have a PhD student, Abdelkader Osman Para was his name. And he just says, Professor Mamo, after you left Africa, but when you were there, they used to listen to you, he said. Because I really used to argue very strongly. And they joined me. You see, even the Europeans. We need to make them also do that, seriously. And forward and everything was written by them. And we also had we make them co-editors of this book. So that's quite important to make Africa first. There's a need to undertake a rethinking and reinvention of innovation and development from the current pattern to the transformative new synthesis by taking the challenge Africa faces to discover how the problems will be resolved by creating innovative and developed well-being anchored Africa to serve above all the people and nature together in Africa. So, Reimagine Africa with Ubuntu, embedding a total invention, innovation, and learning culture in Africa, transforming Africa through knowledge, learning, innovation, competence building, establishing a Pan-African innovation system by learning and building from the past inventions, innovation, and indigenous knowledge, using the rich values of Africa, Ubuntu and Mat, to use Africa-centered indigenous knowledge innovation without transgressing social and ecological health. We should go for that now. So, and then concluding remarks, learn to find unity pathways by teaching each other with Ubuntu how to share. And it's true with Africa unity, we can make each other how to care by prioritizing Africa and all African people above all, more than oneself or another. So we need to change ourselves. Let us do the unity, appreciating difference, learn to find the unity pathways by teaching each other with Ubuntu how to share. And it is true with Africa unity, we can make each other how to care by prioritizing Africa and all African people above all, more than oneself or another. All Africans, all right, put our beloved Africa first. To acknowledge to put Africa first is to put humanity first. The world is still divided by implicit or explicit classifications of inferiority and superiority. Africans have not yet fully removed coloniality. They still prefer to look and affirm each other by mimicking externality. Africans must create one another as one human family. Practice Ubuntu truly. As you are me and me is you really. As no African is a stranger to another African. We're all relatives, we're all family. You are me and I'm you. Not call some Africans as relatives and others as aliens. Africaphilia. Africaphilia means Africa love. Fikr must replace all the divisive forms that turn the African one family as strangers. Not ethnic division, not religious division, not gender division, or any divisions we have. We should appreciate the differences, but value our one humanity. Very, very important as one. Let all humanity in Africa be one world community. We should be feeling like that. Let us all learn how to care and share with full collaboration and trust. Knowing how to agree even when we disagree without any conflict and fight. Apply the relativity of African unity by removing ever the gravity burden of disunity and conflict. So, unity is essential, never again for Africa to fall behind. Africa uniting is colonial divide and rule ending, and truly humanity as a whole and everywhere benefiting. With Ubuntu, all Africans coming together, showing the necessity to recognize full equality, to build with the cherished philosophy of Ubuntu, one in all and all in one, all Africans as one family and humanity. So let us all choose with Ubuntu the pathway to create, invent, innovate, and value the health as well the health and wealth for people above all else. Amasagnalo, asante sana. Thank you. And we have journals, the African Journal of Science, Technology, Innovation. I started it. Now it's volume 14, and it's well established. It's produced, and you should publish in there. We also have the Ethiopian e-Journal for Research and Innovation Foresight that I founded also over 12 years ago. And now Bahar Dar University is doing it. We also have this journal. I think it's important for social innovation and social entrepreneurship. I think I gave to the Deputy Prime Minister, Demek, I told him, please try also to create social innovation, social entrepreneurship for Ethiopia. So we have this, and we also have books. We have done Indigenous Knowledge System Africa book, and we just published another one with a brother from Diran, from Benin. He and I did it. It's extraordinary what we did. I hope when it comes out, I'll send it to you on the Indigenous Knowledge. Amazing. I'll send you that too, that book we're doing. And we also have another book on science, technology, and innovation indicators. You know, remember, we have the African Science, Technology, Innovation Indicators. This is the fourth is being done, and I have been involved in South Africa with the Ministry of Science, Technology, you know, and then we've been working on it, and now we're doing the fourth one, but we've been developing books like that too. On science technology indicators, and I like also in Ethiopia to develop the science technology indicators. And we also have this book on innovation for sustainable integrated development for Africa. So, and there are many other books we produce, about 5 books every year we produce. So, and we publish, and we generate many students and things like that. That's all we do, work hard with fun. Make it fun when you work hard, right? That's the best way. I like you, all of you to have fun when you work, not when you dance. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate. Yes, እዛ ልቀመጥ? እሺ።
Thank you very much, Professor Mamo. Really appreciate it. I'm very reluctant to even begin to tell you about the key highlights that I've captured, but I would like to say that from what I've gathered from what you've told us now was that we need to embrace the concept of Ubuntu for a brighter future. We look forward to a fully connected Africa. You challenged us to value our similarities while we acknowledge and celebrate our diversity. I'm especially intrigued to see that Ubuntu is applicable to the 4 challenges confronting Africa right now. And where we start is very obvious with our education system. I hope you will make this presentation available for all participants because we need to revisit it. All in all, Ubuntu embodies the theme of our summit, building on Pan-African ties and promoting indigenous knowledge towards a stronger Africa. Now we have a few minutes, although we're running out of time, we have a few minutes to ask questions from the professor. I know I've been unfair to this side of the room, so this time I'm going to start with this side of the room. So, and I'm very impartial to ladies, so you will go next. I'll give an opportunity to speak to the lady at the same table, then you'll go next, third, and then I'll come to this side of the room. Thank you very much. Ushers, if you can please give the mic to the lady here and then the gentleman here. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ahlam. That was a very enlightening and an eye-opening lecture. I would really like to thank you for that. I would personally like to ask a personal question. For youth, we do not have such inspirations. Professors like you coming out and talking to us in this manner, giving us opportunities to speak and trying to listen from us. So what I would like to ask you is, what would your career advice would be on how to approach reading materials, African reading materials? Because, knowledge production is now with the Europeans. Whatever I write, it has to be published by the Europeans. There aren't any African publishing companies or, universities or things like that. So what would you say is the first step for youth, especially people under 30 that want to write, that want to read about Africa, that want to build this Pan-Africanism? What would be your first, like a springboard career advice? Thank you.
አመሰግናለሁ ፕሮፌሰር it was really, really fantastic to be here because we are sharing the same value and ideas. And just I have a little remark here. Our policy should be rise from our common and shared value. And I have a strong remark that we are adopting exotic and strange policies from others. And we have to take a breath and start like building our own social structure from our social values like Ubuntu, because we are very enriched with values, cultures and everything, and yet we are bringing exotic, and strange ideas and policies from others. So it should be stopped now, and we have to take a decision here in this hall. And the second remark is, yes, you highlight Ubuntu education, which is really, really amazing. We as Africa have thousands of years age counted, but following an education policy came from just 150 years, age. So we have to still stop like following others, and we have to adopt our own educational policy like you mentioned here. And reflecting the past isn't like tied up with the shackle of the past, but reflecting the goodness and the value we have at the past. So my little question for you is, you're very scholar, big person, and we're very young. And there is a big gap between us, and there should be a bridge. I'm sure there are policymakers here, and they have to have their takeaways. There should be a policy. There should be a way. There should be, a platform that we can connect with you guys, because you are very enriched with knowledge and wisdom, and we have to sit under your feet and learn from you. So I think we need more of this kind of platform and this kind of stage that we can share ideas and learn from you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Last question for this round would go to the gentleman in the middle of the room. Yes?
I personally thank you, Professor Mamo Muche. He's an excellent mentor when we are a student at South Africa. My question goes to Professor Mamo Muche is the philosophy of Ethiopia, of the movement of Ethiopia. I remember you wrote an excellent article when the Prime Minister or Dr. Abiy took power. You wrote a personal letter to the Prime Minister about the Ethiopianism movement. This Ethiopianism movement was an excellent integrated power of the Pan-African fathers like Marcus Garvey, William Du Bois, Nelson Mandela, Jomo Kenyatta, and Nkrumah. I quote from the Long Walk to Freedom. Nelson Mandela once said, "Ethiopia has always a special place in my imagination, and the prospect of visiting Ethiopia attract me more strongly. Trip to France, England, and USA combined. I felt I would be visiting my own Genesis." So as Ubuntu, the philosophy of Ethiopianism or the movement of Ethiopianism, which came strongly after the landsliding victory of Adwa in 1896. So how would you align with Ubuntu, the movement of, or the philosophy of Ethiopia, as we are in critical time in Ethiopia, as in line with clashes of ethnicity, in line with religious differences? So how would Ubuntu in Africa, South Africa, which made South Africa as the rainbow nation? The same is true for Ethiopia, because South Africa came to fighting the apartheid regime with the power of Ethiopianism or the philosophy of Ethiopianism. So in this time, as you know, Professor, we are in critical time in line with these clashes in various parts of Ethiopia. So how we do promote and cherish and nourish the movement or the philosophy of Ethiopia? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we'll give Professor to reflect on these questions, and then we'll come to the next round.
All right, okay. I really appreciate the reflections and the questions. I think what you asked is very important. How do we really relate to the young people? How do we bring in Pan-Africanism, in the education system? How do we really change them? That's what I'm saying. From kindergarten, let me just put this way. When we bring children to this world, all right? The parents, after they bring children, they must say, our priority of priorities are making sure these children grow with intelligence, with education, with everything, with moral and human, and not get into all the wrong things in life. Even the education starts with the family. If the parents fight, they divorce, even if they divorce, I don't know, whatever they do, still they should be supporting children. I must give you an example. In South Africa, there was a lady who used to come and clean for me. She had HIV, and she told me, she fell on my feet and said, I have 2 children, no father, I'm going to die. And she was crying. And she told me, please help me. By the grace of God, now Gloria and the son, I have been helping them. They have now reached me. You know what I say to the children? Be careful. Don't trust men. I said that. I have to advise them as a father. Go to church. Things like that. Just have moral thing. I think it's important. So from childhood, all right, elementary school, everything, they should be going like that. It doesn't matter. So for all, it doesn't matter what they should, if they are Muslim, they should go to mosque. Things like that. What it is very, very important. I must also tell you that I have gone to Tunisia, Morocco, all these northern African countries. And I had a student called Gita Al-Harak. She's originally from Morocco. When I was teaching in England, where I was teaching in the university in England, I was teaching ideas of science. And I was teaching about Einstein, Newton, all of the sciences. She just said, well, how about Ayatama, Mamo? You're not saying anything about optics, many things like that. She said to me, I said I didn't know. Then I had to develop a course on non-Western science. And she gave me the Quran and told me to read it, to read the Quran. All right? Very religiously, the Holy Quran. And you know what I found in the Quran? Extraordinary things I found. Science, a lot of science. Over 33% of what you read in the Quran. From what I read, I don't know about what the Muslims read, but what I read, I was fascinated. And I actually used a course, I developed a non-Western science where I even taught Islamic science because of that. And also in the Quran, I didn't see anyone killing. All this Al-Shabaab, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, all these things they do. Are they Muslims? Genuinely. Because from what I read from the Quran, I didn't see it. I didn't see anything to think like that. So we have serious issues. Politicians, they use religion to attack each other. They use ethnic difference to attack each other. We must remove this completely. And the education system, the children must grow up with a great value, with a great imagination, all right? And a great humanity, something like that. And then Ubuntu philosophy is extremely important. And my brother also, he put it nicely, Ethiopianism philosophy. I wish I get a chance. You need to give me an hour, another hour to give a lecture on Ethiopianism. Because I must say, you Ethiopians, forgive me, don't know Ethiopia. We don't know Ethiopia. The origin of humanity, the origin of knowledge, everything is Ethiopia. No, sincerely. What is not created in Ethiopia? Actually, I'm now writing to all of you, maybe I should put it in I said, the world fears time, time fears history, history fears Ethiopia. I have said that, something like that. The reason is because when I went to South Africa, I'm glad I went to South Africa, all right? In 2007, all right, in Polokwane, they had a meeting, you know, the ANC meeting, yeah? And this professor, all right, who's married to his, I don't know, who is he? I think Madiba's daughter or something, I don't know. But he gave a lecture on Ethiopianism. It was a 7-page one. Someone from there gave it to me. Mamo, look at this. That's the first time I knew about Ethiopianism. After that, I started reading so many things, doing research. We wrote 2 papers, but I made also a number of lectures in Canada, all over the world. And in India, everywhere I have done. On Adwa and this. Adwa I have been always celebrating since 1969 in Columbia University in Manhattan. I wish you have seen my picture. Have you seen it? I mean, you should see how we were like that. We're amazing, yeah? And every year we celebrate Adwa victory. I mean, at least me and my brothers, my own, and others also follow. Even the Europeans and others, when I say to them this is an important victory, they join me. They have done that. So I think the Ethiopianism philosophy is extraordinary. My brother, you said about policy. How do we reach the policymakers? What do they value? Do they value serving the people or their pocket? What do they value? No, sincerely. You know, Thomas Sankara, You know, in 4 years, he changed his country, Burkina Faso. What didn't he do? He changed the education system, many things like that. And he only used to do cycle and walk, talk to people on the street. Never thought he was a different person than anyone else. You know who killed him? His own best friend. You know what they told him? Your best friend is after you. I think he's going to hurt you. What's the matter with you? He's my best friend. How can he hurt me? We're together. No, the French have paid him money. He values money more than you. Please do something. He refused. He's my brother. I can't do anything to him. And he killed him. And what did he do? Get money. Look what's happening now. The French are attacking Mali. Mali wants to be independent from the French. You know what the French are doing? Forgive me, they are colonizing the 14 African countries now more than when they were colonizing them formerly. Something like over 65% of the reserves of these 14 states in Africa are in French banks. When these countries want the money back, they pay interest, France. What is this? You know what recently happened? Mali said, I want to be free. You know what happened? Nigeria and Ghana were with the French, not with Mali. We're in Africa, and what's the African Union doing? I'm just scared about us. I really think Africa must unite, and we must be serious. Even the African Union, the fund must be we. Like we are now trying to fund our Grand Renaissance Dam ourselves, our own people, with all their suffering, they are doing it. I'm so proud of you. We must also, if we want to unite Africa, it must be our unity. We pay. We don't need Europe and anyone to pay for it. We can always do. It's not a problem. Something like this is what we need. We need the change of the policymakers. And they are not changing. I don't know what we should do. What do you think we should do? Better Finibalacho? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you for the reflections. So, unfortunately, time is not on our side, but if there are two burning questions, I see two hands already. I'm sorry, I have given you an opportunity in the morning, so I'm going to give the chance to speak, to ask a question to the gentleman here, and at the far end. Sorry, I saw his hand first. I apologize for anyone who has raised their hand, but I haven't given an opportunity to. Two more questions to you.
All right. My name is Mika Chavala, and I'm coming from Swahili Nation, One Africa. And first of all, I just want to appreciate God for creating you, Professor Mamo Mochihe, because I think we wouldn't be here where we are today, Africa, without your knowledge, wisdom for Africanism. So I really want to appreciate you that. Before I ask my question, I want to lay a little bit of the foundation of my question. I think what Africa is struggling with is our identity. We're struggling with our identity because we are confused. We are confused because we don't really know our history, because our history is confused as well. Colonizers, when they came to Africa, they were very strategic. They had to make sure that they are getting rid of our history by renaming, for example, different heritages that we have. Like today, you have the Lake Victoria, but that Lake Victoria, it had its own name before, and we don't even know the original name of that lake, but they rename it, right? And not only that, they taught us their languages, and they took our artifacts and heritages and even historical books that we used to have, and they brought it to them, right? So that we may not be able to really and fully understand where we are coming from, because our ancestors back in the days, they wrote a lot about Africa. Everything about technology, about science, everything was written, but now we are not able to know it because, our artifacts were taken away, right? And so the only history that we know, most of us Africans, we know the history of Africa after colonialism, during colonialism and after that, but we are not aware of our history before colonialism. And my question is, how can we get there? Because the spirit of Ubuntu is African spirit, but we need to know our past, where we're truly coming from. We need to be aware of our identity as African if you want to, you know, if we want to have a better future and if we want to protect our present right now, how do we get to that foundation of realizing and knowing our history before colonialism? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last opportunity to reflect or ask a question. Gentleman at the end, yeah.
Thank you very much. Makalo Abraham from Wake Up Africa, from Ethiopia, from here. Professor, I really appreciate what you're doing up there, and you're contributing a lot for Africa and then Ethiopia in general. You're amazing. You're doing a great job. My question is, what is happening in my people in here in Ethiopia? You see, the people are even preparing themselves to kill each other now. How are we going to stop this thing? Are we really continuing the same way like this? Take the continent in general as well. This continent has got a lot, but we're blinded. We could not bring anything to put our people in safe place. You guys there are a lot of intellectuals out there in Europe, Ethiopians, and then Black Americans, many more. I can say that in every area we have people up there. What do you suggest for this African nation in general? That we have been still suffering from different problems that could be like basic needs of ours. For how long are we there to do, dying like that? Look, the uses in migration, dying on the deserts and oceans and like that. And then also rape, and look how the women's also suffering like that. So my point is, what's wrong with the mindset of this nation? Why the Europeans are changing their mindset and then bringing good thing for their people and living in safe, eating 4 times in a day, but my people here doesn't have a food for a day. What's wrong? We have all the resources, the minerals. I can think cobalt, gold, and many, many more. So what's going on? Look, the uses in here. They're more of the less than 30s. What is their dream? How are they going to continue this way? What is my future? My children's future? I just want to, it's really painful. So look, your people is living like this. Do something. Have a kind of initiative to bring a change into the continent. I know Professor Lumumba is trying his best. I know Malema and some people like that who are Pan-Africanists and then trying their best. We have forefathers before, 100 years and then 70 years, 80 years ago. They tried their best, but we are not trying our best to bring a change. They were assassinated with different conspiracy up there. But this nation, you guys are the one can lead us to the better way. Do something. Bring out from these conflicts and killing each other and living on the same status. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for that impassioned reflection and question. Professor, if you can please address these two. These two, yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, again, very good questions. History. You know, before slavery came about 500 years ago. What didn't Africa have? There's so many things. There was a lot of knowledge. I mean, we survived thousands of years. We can't just survive. There was a lot of things. All right, we have our languages, our religions, our values, everything. We have created many things. When the slavery came, they made us objects to be sold like market, like goods. And what did they use? Color. A dog can be black or white, it's still a dog. Right? I don't know whether there's any white skin. What is a white color like that? I have never seen a human being, a white person like that. That white dress, look at that. Do they look? Yeah, your dress over there. Is there any white person like that? Why do our color is not, you know, what are we? They call us black, but what are we? It's all wrong. the way we use color to sell people, to degrade them, to objectify them is horrible. Now, what has happened is very strange things happen. They did not only say that we are objects to be sold in the market, all right? They also said we created no knowledge. We are primitive, all right? We are mystical. Robert Wolpert, there was a guy called, he was South African, white. He was teaching in London University. In Durham in 1994, there was a conference. I was also a presenter. I developed this non-Western science, so I developed. And he wrote a book called The Unnatural Nature of Science. In that book, he dismisses Africa as if it's primitive. My God, I fought him. You know, one of the Ethiopians said, Mamo, if you are fighting them like this, they give you a job. You fight them. I don't know, one day they may kill you, he said. Because you know what I did? I really did. And the way I fought him was so well that, trust me, the BBC, everything, the newspapers also picked it up and they spread it. You can, in fact, if you Google the epistemological purity of science, I wrote something like that on how the purity of science cannot be, all right, racialized, something like that. Then what happened? They actually valued it. The British valued it. At least they were amazed that there was some discussion like that. Something like, all I'm saying to you is that we have a big challenge. What has happened is, as our brother earlier said, the mindset is the colonial mindset, the hard disk, the SIM card, the software in our minds is still colonially tarnished. Because of that, we don't appear. You know, I was recently in Bahar Dar, and I had two sisters here. I hope they are there still. And we were there together, and they were doing fashion shows and things. We're even saying to them, why are your hair always European-like? Why do you change your face? I don't put any extra thing except wash my body and wash my hair. Why do you want to do these things? Is it necessary? And why not also add value to our own products? The Ethiopia, you know what? If I go to South Africa, the South Africans, my students, they say to me, can you bring us Ethiopian dress? The Ethiopian dress, they say that to me. I recently took some of them, about 4 or 5 of them. I took it. They love the clothes. But in Ethiopia, we don't really, produce it very well. Why are we not using our indigenous, our own, add value to our own things? No, we have a problem. We copy, we mimic, and we're colonized still. Our mindset, our looks, everything in Africa. I don't know, forgive me, even some of you. When I say to my students, the South African, I teach a course on technology in venture creation course, and I want to make them job creators rather than job seekers. So when the students come, I say to them, forgive me, let's have, the normal conversation. I don't want you to come with hair, blah, 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 blah. Then one day, one of the girls came with her hair like that. Then she said, Professor, I'm sorry, I know you don't like it. Then the day after she came with the African hair, she says, now, I know you like it. So I think what I am just saying to you is that we have a problem. Ourselves, genuinely, we have a problem. The question you asked me about my brother, very, very nice question. I think in not just Ethiopia, conflict across Africa continues. In the Central African Republic, Chad, Mali, everywhere across Africa, we have serious problems. All right? Now, recently, when election happened a very difficult election happened in Somalia. When they congratulate him, the Ethiopian government congratulated. The TPLF congratulated. Or the OLF congratulated. Why they do that? If there's a government, why everyone they do things like that? Why? So I think the conflict, this ethnic conflict that they created, I must tell you what has happened with the ethnic conflict. I have written a lot on it. There was a guy called Baron Roman Parachoska. He wrote a book called Abyssinia, the Powder Barrel. I have written 3 reviews of that book. Please read my reviews. Even if you can't read the book, read the reviews. I think somebody has translated it into Amharic too. It was published in 1937. As Haile Selassie removed that guy. He threw him out. He was doing the diplomatic thing, and then he wrote it. He created this Killil system, what you call Killil. And Mussolini created 7 Killil in Ethiopia. Then, of course, when the TPLF came, it became 9. I think now it's gone to 11. So what I'm sincerely telling you, this ethnic-based division of our people goes against Ubuntu, against we being one family. I just recently, a beautiful thing, let me tell you, a good example. Two professors, they were in Canada, and I talked to the university in Gondar. I made them to come home, and now she's a chemist, his wife, he's a sociologist, and they just wrote an excellent book on the antique roots of Ethiopian civilization. I hope you read that book. Saba Publishers has published it. It's in English. I was just reading it when I came. They gave me the book. It's fascinating. But the good thing about them, what I like about them, I just say, you are Pan-African, I say, because Busha is Oromo. She's Gondare. So, and they are together. And their son is so wonderful. I love him. You know what I'm simply saying to you is, we're one family. Why we are saying, you're Oromo, Amara, all this? No, it's wrong. Why we kill each other because of that? No. Ubuntu, Ubuntu, Ubuntu. Unity, unity, unity we need. My brother, what you just said is very important. Even in South Africa, we have still Zulu, Venda, Xhosa, all this. We still have these ethnic things. And the corruptions, many things like that, based on Lik. We have also what is called leadership curse. We don't have leadership blessing. Always we have leadership curse in Africa. How do we remove the curse? I think we should teach our children from kindergarten, from early on to their life world completely, must be really value humanity. You're human. You're not an object, all right? Your language does not define you. Your language is an asset for you to express. And I must tell you, there's no problem. I learned about 10 languages. Ik spreek Nederlands, I speak things like that. I mean, I speak French, I learned all these languages. Russian, because I went to all these places. I mean, we did this. But I didn't learn Giz, the ancient language that has so many knowledge. We should learn it. All of us should learn it. And in fact, others, Europeans, come all the way and come and learn it and they take the knowledge home. Why are we like this? What's the problem with us? Let's trust each other, work with each other, love each other, not hurt each other. Better I hurt myself than hurting any of you, trust me. Even now, coming to you, you know, it's not easy. I have so many other things to, even this afternoon, I have another big meeting. I mean, many things like that. Even when I went to Bahadar, I had another meeting in South Africa, but I said, let me just support also Ethiopia. So let me come. I mean, it's not easy for all of us, but we should, even if it's a problem, we should try to be nice and kind to each other. I don't know what we could do, but we must not, anyone should not kill anybody. If you also believe in God and in Allah, you can't kill anyone. If you kill one person, you are hurting God. No, seriously. That's it. You're hurting God. If you believe in God, you hurt someone, God created that creature. You believe that. If you kill that person, the creator will be upset. So please don't do anything like that. Please tell anyone, educate them to do all these crazy things they do in Wolega and all these places. I'm really hurt, genuinely. Many times I've been hurt. You know, Benishango, all these areas, Maikadra, all these things we saw in Ethiopia is horrible. It must be stopped. I hope some unity will come together so that we have a great idea that politically we should depoliticize politics too. This ethnic politics must be removed. The constitution must be really not based on ethnicity. Everything has to be changed. If that happens, trust me, the sky is the limit. Ethiopia will go. All right? That's my suggestion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mamo. We really appreciate it. I've learned a lot. I can actually say you're a live, walking library for Africanism.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, participants, for your attendance, for your participation, for your questions, for your reflections. I know if I open the floor for more comments, we would be here until 3 p.m. But we have to respect our hosts who have prepared a lovely lunch for us. After lunch, we'll come back to the first panel discussion of the summit on the title, Building a Robust Identity in the 21st Century, which will be moderated by Dr. Malaku Tagany. We have eaten away some 10 minutes into our lunchtime, so I would like to ask everyone to come back here at 2:40. Is that okay? Can I count on you to come back exactly after an hour? All right? We say we have renewed the definition of African time. African time is on time. So exactly 1 hour. Thank you very much.
people's rights. He's one of the lecturers and also course director. Please give him a round of applause and welcome. Join me in welcoming Dr. Melaku to the stage. It's an honor to have you amongst us, Dr. Melaku. The other presenter that we will be having is maybe one of the panelists that we are very happy to have is Chioma. She presents over 28 years of diverse experience and a record of accomplishment in public procurement, purchasing, and supply management, guidance and counseling, business management, computer management services, policy and policy making. She also has extensive experience as a journalist, a procurement officer in the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Above all, she's devoted to youth development and acts in service to the most vulnerable in society. We are so happy that we have you, Chioma. Please come and join us on the stage. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for being amongst us. It's always a pleasure to have a woman, a panelist, an intellect, yeah? I'm so happy to have her. The other presenter is going to be Dr. Jeremiah, and as his friends call him, Dr. Jerry, as I heard. He is a principal partner at the Center for Media and Dialogue Initiative, partnering with Global Youth Leadership Network or mentorship program in Nigeria. He has served as an adjunct professor, International Development Institute in USA, commentator on political affairs. Dr. Jerry holds a PhD in political science and social sciences from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and a Bachelor of Philosophy from the Partial Urban University in Rome. Thank you so much for being with us, and also you will be sharing, I'm sure, an amazing wisdom. Thank you so much for being with us, Dr. Jerry. Please welcome to the stage. The panel discussions topic is going to be building a robust identity in the midst of the 21st century. Now I'm going to leave the floor for these beloved guests for the day. We'll be starting with our very own Dr. Melaku. He will share us and contextualize the kind of panel discussion that we're going to have for a few minutes, and then we'll leave the stage for the two speakers afterwards. Enjoy the sessions and make sure that you are getting the best out of it. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. To be difficult after lunch, but we have made exercise to stay awake. First of all, I would like to really thank the organizers to provide us with such a forum to reflect on very important issue, which is the youth and Pan-Africanism. As you all remember, during the last summit, AU summit in Addis, we have been bombarded by the media about Africa for about 2-3 weeks. Then 1 week after the end of the summit, the word Africa literally disappeared from the media. That is not the way to promote Pan-Africanism. That's not the way to deal with the issues of Africa. Africanism has to be discussed and continuously reminded, particularly the youth, because the youth is an important sector which is going to take over the future of Africa. Now, this afternoon is basically about identity, and when you talk about identity, this is a very important issue in Africa, particularly at this time of, let's say, when a huge campaign of market globalization is being conducted, and Africa is one of the victims. And globalization is not just economic and political, it's also ideological and cultural, which means African youth has been targeted by such campaign, and we need to really deal with this question and point out the dangers that globalization of the market poses to Africa, Pan-Africanism, and youth in particular. So in that, without introduction, let me point out very important categories of discussion which compose or which make up the challenges that Africa faces in general. These are very broad general questions. We cannot go into this stage, but just mention of what is happening and what the youth as a historical task should consider. We have heard that 70% of Africa's youth is under 30. You know, this is an enormously important question. We are dealing with 70% of African population. What to do with them, what they should do, and most important is this is a sector that's going to take over the continent. And then the question of cultivating them to be responsible citizens of Africa and to be the bearers of Pan-Africanism, etc. This is an important question. And I hope this is not the first time that we're going to discuss it. We will continue to discuss these issues. I hope this kind of forum will continue every year. Now, this 70% of Africa's population, mainly the youth, in my view, is really facing a crisis of identity. And this is mainly because of the way the official system cultivates the youth in this continent. It goes with the structure of society. It goes with the power structure of society. Power structure in Africa is not just local. It's also global because it's connected. African power is connected with the global forces. We have the British Commonwealth, we have the Francophone, and of course you have United States controlling the world. And I wonder which African state or if African government is completely independent of these global forces. And I said earlier, globalization is not just political or economic, it's also ideological. As Emperor, and later, as Jomo Kenyatta said once, you want to colonize, first you come with a Bible, and then take over the land, which means ideological work, propaganda, destruction of your own history, completely distorting the discourse on development, emancipation, and so on and so forth, then you can control the society. Definitely, the target for such kind of campaign is normally the youth. And globalization of forces don't do that all by themselves. No. They do that with compliance of the local forces who control state power in every country in Africa. That's why I say political power in Africa is just not local. It's also global, part of the global power structure. So what we are confronting in Africa is a huge, huge problem. And the youth of this campaign construct the identity of the continent, the history of the continent, and therefore, development discourse that we require to construct for the future. Now, the historical element is an important factor. I remember when I was first introduced to Africa, amazingly, it's the history of Africa. I was in grade 5, a schoolboy, and we started with history of Africa. And we have been teaching that Africa was discovered by David Livingstone. Of course, at the time, we were too young to, question that. But amazingly, That means Africa did not exist before Livingstone. It's only South Africa. So it is that kind of distorted historical construct that we're brought up with. And I wonder at what stage of Ethiopia's educational system this was deconstructed. I don't remember. It's only through the informal way, that is the student movement, who reflect on the fundamental problems of this country, went into deconstruct the ideology and political, part of what now, school curriculum in Africa are all constructed by colonial powers. I wonder which African country has come with its own indigenous educational curriculum. So this is an onslaught on the minds of the youth. This is very important. And then we have the colonial construct. Which African country really did deconstructed the colonial construct in terms of education, in terms of history, in any way? It's amazing. If you go to any African country, you still have the colonial construct intact. This is one aspect which the African youth has to be liberated from. The other element which we need to construct or cultivate our youth is on the question of poverty. Africa is amazingly, amazingly poor in many ways. Not because it doesn't have the resources, no, because its people could not utilize the profits of its own resources. Africa's resources are still used, manipulated, and dominated by global forces. That's why we are poor. We are not poor, but we are made poor. This is very important to realize. Therefore, with the globalization of poverty going on in this continent at the moment, how far can African youth continue with this massive, massive poverty? So poverty, the question of undoing poverty is connected with the issue of social development. What does social development mean to Africa? And what should African youth understand by development, social development? Is it just economic growth? Or is it just booming of cities? Or is it addressing the fundamental needs of the broad masses of people? This is where African youth should focus and try to ask questions and to find answers. Now, social development is becoming very abstract because the whole idea of development has been hijacked by a number of global forces. So it doesn't no longer mean addressing fundamental issues, fundamental questions. But let me single out an important question in terms of social development. You cannot have social development without reconstruction. Reconstruction of the ideas that people have accepted and have endorsed themselves. There are so many harmful kinds of constructs that our people have accepted as development. These are the things we have to ask. Is this really development? Does it really help our people, our country? These are the questions we have to raise. to raise. And one of the fundamental questions, in fact, is if we have to cultivate our youth on the path of social development, the first thing forward, the first step forward is to make them aware of the conditions of Africa's women. They have to accept that women are equal to anybody else, and we have to cultivate our youth to take women as their equals. The current situation, as far as women are concerned, is unacceptable. There is a great deal of violence against women. Women constitute the lowest stratum of society. They are at the receiving ends of the massive poverty that this continent faces. So these issues bring the issue of gender and women's rights to the forefront as the most important question of social development and democracy. You cannot talk about democracy while half of the population is not equal to the other half. In fact, the beginning of cultivating our youth towards development is when we start to cultivating them to take women as their equals. From childhood, this is where the process of social development begins, not by certain unachievable income, national income. No. Social development begins with ourselves. Let's change ourselves first. Let's win ourselves first. Let's renounce everything that is negative, everything that's harmful, and one of them is looking women down. That has to stop, that has to end, and there where development begins. So we have to cultivate our youth on the question of the equality of women. Then, of course, the question of governance is another area. We know the African state is a laughing stock when it comes to the rest of the world. We have laughing stocks like, leaders such as Idi Amin, Bokassa, this Indiame in Togo, all these funny leaders who play the fool on their peoples, who play the fool on our people, who retarded the process of development, the process of freedom, the process of democracy. African governance is really something that the population of Africa does not really correspond with. That has to change. And of course, this goes with the character of the ruling elites in the continent, the repressive rule that this elite advances on many, many countries in the continent. And of course, the biggest question comes on the question of corruption. I don't know any governance or any government in Africa that is free of corruption. This is amazing. Because of the national resources of every country is really plagiarized by the elite, the political elite, we cannot even fund the very organization we set up, Organization of African Unity and the African Union. Most of the budget of the African Union to this day comes from European Union. The African Commission on Human People's Rights, entire budget, the great chunk of the budget comes from the African Union, the European Union. If the European Union stops that fund, then there will be no African Commission because African governments are not prepared to contribute to the African Commission on Human Rights because that commission works on human rights. And human rights is not their agenda. So these are the questions as important categories when we refer to Pan-Africanism and when we want to imbue and cultivate our youth on Pan-Africanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Are you still feeling sleepy after the huge laugh? Good afternoon, everyone. I have to thank Ethiopia as a country, as a continent, for organizing such a program. I have to thank the organizers, too, for organizing such a program like this in Ethiopia. We are here today to see how we can move our youths forward. I am standing on the existing protocol. I know you enjoyed your meal. Did you enjoy your lunch? Were you able to see your local course meal in the menu? For me, I saw Nigerian course meal there. I don't know about you. I saw a lot of Nigerian meals there and I enjoyed it. There's one they call Jara. Did you see it in your course meal? You don't know about Jara? Njera, okay. I enjoyed it. That's one thing with Africa. We are our brothers' keepers. Anywhere you go, you enjoy what you see there. You enjoy the meal. It's part of the tourism. So I thank you very much. I thank the organizers so much. When I look at the topics for the program, it was so overwhelming. That shows that we are really thinking out of the box to change the mindset of our youths. And we believe, by the help of our prof and other speakers, I can see the burning issues, the burning spirit in the life of our youths here. From their questions, the way they ask questions shows that they want to change the face of African youths. And I believe at the end of this program, by this time next year, I can see researchers, developers, those that will give us the new level of aircraft, those that will give us the new level of electric vehicle and stuff like that, coming up from this meeting. Do you believe it? Are you sure it will happen? You know, life is what you want it to be. When you say it and you live the dream, it will die. But when you say it and you keep saying it, you will see it coming. And before you know it, you will seize it. So please, I want to urge every one of us, the youths, try. Don't allow your dream to die. It may not manifest now, but once there is life, there is hope. It is coming, and it must come. Thank you. Let's move to the business of the day. Building robust identity system for the development of African youths in 21st century. The paper is so much that I know after lunch break, we are tired. Some of us will start feeling sleepy, so I'm going to rush some of them. In introduction synopsis, the 21st century, we all know that we are now at the 21st century. This is the age of technology, science and technology. What do we mean here? It is an age that has directly and indirectly empowered world population for digital knowledge and increased research in science in developed nations, while challenging young population of developing countries to rise up to the new wave of development. What is the new wave of development? The new wave of development is building robust identity system. When we talk about building identity system, Not like the one my brother over there raised in the morning, you, right? Yes. Talking about the history of Africa. No, this is quite different from where you were going. Now that we're in science and technology age, you believe with me that all the youths here, you have your smartphone, isn't it? In the previous days or years, we have no smartphone. But these days, at a click of a button from the comfort of your house, you can tour the whole world around, isn't it? Yeah, that's where we are this morning or this afternoon. In fact, the process of national budgeting and development plan by nations requires data that captures the population. Well, let me not go into this. In the new wave of development, you are aware that in developed countries, we have what we call national identity system. The American, they have it. UK is already there. But in Africa, we don't have it. We are struggling to connect. We are struggling to belong. We are struggling to find a way we can have a full data of who we are, how we are. Who are we? Who are the youths? Where can I find them? How many are they? If government wants to assist them, how? Where do we start? If government wants to make a budget in Ethiopia for the youths, can he capture the actual data of youths in Africa or in Ethiopia? Is it possible? Because we believe that it is only when someone plans and know how you are, how many you are, then you can plan better, isn't it? But when you don't know the number of your family, can you plan well? You can't plan well. If you don't know how many youths we have in Africa, government will neglect us. They will neglect us. They will plan for their own interest and leave us at the background. So what we are trying to see today is how we can build our own robust identity so that the nation, the government, when they are making their own policy, they will integrate us in what they are doing. They will say, yes, we have social youths in this part of the country or Africa. Then what can we do to them so that they will benefit in the economic development and social welfare? Sorry. What is happening? Thank you. How many African countries have reliable data from its census? The last time Nigeria, my country, had census was in 2006. And the population was projected to be about 189 million. But today, the population has increased to 200 million, based on assumptions. That will tell you what I was talking about. Today, we are more than this in Nigeria. So there's no way our government can plan for the youths because they're still gazing whether it is correct. Sometimes we did our national census. You can see how many years ago. Can the number then and now can never be the same. When you go down, you see where we're talking about, despite various attempts and institutional policies and implementations, there is no data in Nigeria that can capture the number of classified youths, aggregate the education and all the rest. What are we saying here? Today, the youths we are seeing here are all educated youths. Where are the non-educated youths? Where are they? We are talking about violence, crisis everywhere. Don't you think they are the ones? There's no, this mind, there's no idle mind. God created everybody and give us a good idea and the mind. If you don't use it positively, you can use it in negative form. What you build in your mind is what you will bring out. We have to find out where are the educated ones, Where are the uneducated ones? Where are those who are artisans? Where are they? Do they need our support? What can government do for them? Because we believe that the educated ones are many and are contributing already to the development of the nation in one way or the other. But these ones, where are they? They may be in their rural areas, trying to engage themselves in one thing or another to do. Sometimes, like in my country, politicians use them, give them ammunitions, give them weapons, do the election. When they finish, they dump them. And if you dump them, what do you think they will use those weapons to do? They will go on streets. They will be angry. They will think of how to survive. And how will they survive? They will indulge in kidnapping, killing, causing confusions everywhere. But when you engage them, when if governments capture them and know where they are and how many they are, the government can integrate them in their government policies and try to engage them so that they will be useful. And when they are useful to the nation. The International Finance Corporation in this, here we are talking about the International Investment Report estimates that 230 billion jobs in Sub-Saharan Africa will require digital skills by the year 2030. This means increasing use of automation technologies to perform human tasks. If you read down, what we are saying here is, if in the future, the wave of science and technology, the way it's moving with speed, very soon the human labor will be reduced. We will make use of developed technology to produce mass production in goods and services. And who are those who will champion this technology? It's our youths. It's our youths. In developed countries, those who are producing a new smartphone that you are using, they are young youths like you. Those who are those who has this new electrical vehicle, they are part of the youths. They are young minds. It is young minds. When the young minds make use of their brain and God-given gifts, you will see their potential coming out. So we have to try as African youth to cover the gap before we get there. We have to start now to plan before we get to 2030 so that it will not catch us up. And how are we going to get there? We have to start now to develop ourselves. In other words, without having detailed and substantial information about this citizenry, which is offered by a robust identity system, how can Nigerian nation, government, institution stem the devastating effects of unbudgeted burgeoning geometric progression in birth rate and high What we're saying here, in Africa, we are good at producing, reproducing, increasing our birth rates. When we increase our birth rates, we are blowing off our population. And there's no way we can keep blowing up our population without meeting up the level of production. Where the birth rate is higher, what do? And we don't have resources to feed or take care of them. Poverty will set in. When poverty sets in, hunger sets in. And when hunger sets in, you know what it means. Indeed, building robust identity system is critical to maintain a successful modern political, social, economic order in Africa. Enhance physical security, facilitate economic development, empowerment, and skill development for the youth people in gender support, for strong social safety net, and ultimately we make liberal democracy itself a possibility in Africa. This is the challenge of the 21st century era of technology. Complexity of the issue. Why are we here today? why do we need to have this data? Why do we need to enroll, register ourselves, the youths, so that government will know where we are and how we are? Lack of this identity has made so many of us migrating from one country to another. You know that sometimes you hear some young youths trying to move from one country to another. In my country, we have a ministry called NAPTIC. What do they do in NAPTIC? All these are young girls, youths, that drop out from school. They try to, engage in one nasty behaviors like that outside the country. By the time the immigration catch up with them, they will deport them. Is that what we are meant for? No, we are not meant for that. So what were you saying? Even lack of this has made some of us today, so many youths, when you see them everywhere, they will tell you, our country has nothing to offer. Our government has nothing to offer. In my country, they will tell you, please leave them alone. Whether we exist or not, they don't care. How will your government care? Because they don't know that you exist. In some countries, they have what they call Ministry of Youth and Development. I don't know whether they have it here. Some places, that particular ministry is supposed to take care of youths, at least have a budget for youths and youth development. But sometimes because we don't have our own budget, we don't have our plan, we don't have what we can give the government, say, we need this, please, we need this, we can fit in this, we can do well in this. The men on top will plan for you. And what they plan for you may not be well with you, may not be your vision. When they plan for you, they made the budget, they gave them the money, they embezzle it. They embezzle it. Sometimes you hear either on the paper or on the television, so Ministry of Youth Development will have empowered the youth with so figures. Where is it? On the paper. You can't see it anywhere because the youths are not speaking out. We are not there. We didn't give them anything to say, this is what we want. When we organize ourselves and say, this is what we want, I'm sure governments must look inward. 2020, the youth in my country did one protest they call MSAS because they were angry. They were really angry. Universities was closed down for 6 months. Imagine youths idle at home for 6 months doing nothing, only pressing their phone 24/7, doing nothing. What do you expect? They had to rise up and complain. And government came down to beg, say, please, we are sorry. Police was trying to brutalize them anyhow. In fact, there was all the government policies, youth were forgotten. Youth were forgotten. They struggle on themselves. They think on their own. They try to look for a means to travel to Europe, America by all means because of survival. But after that NSAS, the government of Nigeria has changed. They now begin to call the youths. They now begin to review the budgets of Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports. They now begin to engage some private sectors in the state and local government to please identify these youths where they are. And that was when they begin to make this enrollment and robust identity very, very compulsory. If you're a youth, you must register so that we know where you are, how many you are, either in your state, in your local government, or in your school. To the extent that they said, if you want to write, is it WAEC they call it, you want to enter secondary school, you must register and use their ID number to register. And now government is having a new face on the youths in Nigeria. But some political, economic, and environmental development have a fair share of, I've explained this one, in order to meet any challenges of environmental sustainability, national security issues, social inequality, and to plan for long-term economic growth and development. When we have our identity and know where we are, national security issues that we are having everywhere, not only in Ethiopia, it's in Nigeria. We have the one they call Boko Haram. I know you must have heard it on the internet. We have Boko Haram. In fact, now you can't even, if you have a luxury car, you can't drive it out because the youth will kidnap you and take you away. They look for governments, all those government victims. They arrange and collect ransom from them because they're angry. They believe that the old people are on top, but they're not thinking about futures of tomorrow. It is the youth that will be the leaders of tomorrow. It involves making use of, okay, this is, here is trying to explain the meaning of robust identity system. That is capturing of individuals, capturing individuals' biometrics, or biometrics identities with artificial intelligence, which we store for future use. That is it. United Nations define youth as people aged 15 to 24 years. Yes, we know that when we talk about youth, once you are 50, you are no more youths. It's from 15 and 24. And this is the ripe age that the youths, their brain is working like any other thing. That is when the brain of the youth are hitting hot. That whatever they want to do, they will do it extremely well. Whatever the zeal they have, I want to become this, I want to become that. That is when their spirit is hot. And when you gauge them under that age, you will maximize the output. But these days, when you go down, you read it, you see that because of unemployment among the youths, and some of them are not even doing anything. They're not, no job. Government is not even looking at them. Poverty keeps increasing every day. In other words, it is vital too that we should ensure the inclusion of youth in all Africa in various government plans and programs. What are we saying? Government can never integrate the youths if we don't know where they are, if we don't have their data. We need to have their data. You have to register in your NIN. America call their own social security number. Nigeria will call our own Nigerian national identity number. Other countries have their own. Why do we need a robust system? We need, I won't read through, but I'll give you background of some countries in Africa that already has it and is working for them. Pakistan is there. They are using it in their support systems and support programs. We have, I've talked about America, yes. All these ones, we know them. Nigeria has their own 10 digits. We have them. We have a lot of countries here that are in it. Rwanda, they're using it, it's working for them. In fact, I think Togo, yes, during COVID, Togo was able to transfer cash for their citizens just to curb the, the COVID effects. I think there are some other countries in Africa that was able to use it to dictate ghost workers, those who love to collect salaries and wages without going to work. They were able to discover them, doing the SAW and all the rest. How do we participate in queuing into this registration? Initially, when we started, it was so cumbersome. Some people will go and queue for so many days, they won't be able to register. And you know, in Africa, we have this issue of energy. Light is a problem, especially in my country. At the beginning, The machines that they sent to us was giving us difficult times. People will queue for days, they won't be able to succeed. Later now, they were able to discover the one they call mobile phone capturing. You move from house to house, village to village, and capture people and erode them. And that was, with that method, we are able to make a huge success. We have so many of us in Nigeria we have registered. And I'm sure by next year, when government is making its budget, youths will be integrated, and there will be a new phase of youth program in Nigeria. And I believe Africa will join in as well. That is the summary. In conclusion, we do not need to be a perspicacious observer to know that the danger ahead is enormous, except the various governments in Africa quickly put machineries in place by introducing new programs and foundational identity system that will make use of increasingly affordable biometric technology to address issues that will have to do with having robust identity system. The earlier we all queue in, the better for us. Because of lack of job, unemployment, brain drain, that is why most of the African youth indulge in Yahoo Yahoo. You know about it? You know about Yahoo Yahoo? Yahoo Yahoo, just to keep your mind busy. This is not so. You want to make money, quick money, fast money. Why? Because you thought that you have passed the age, or my mates in America and UK that they have made it, have not made it. But that is not the best way. When you try it, if you are successful, you will succeed for a while. But if you miss it, you end up in jail. So I will never advise any of the youth to try Yahoo Yahoo. Instead, it is better you persevere. As one of our speakers said here this morning, that's Madam, perseverance. When you persevere, one day you will make it. So, in summary, we are saying that all the African countries, the youths who are here to represent various countries, when you go back to your country, remember, if you are not registered, you don't have your NIN number, please go and do so as quick as possible. It will help your government to help you. It will help your government to know where you are. Try to reach your stakeholders. They will help you. There's one logo or brand of LG that normally says, good thinking, good products. When our youths think well, I believe the products will be massively well, both for you and for the development of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for a presentation. I hope African youth, you are still in this hall. Are we still in this hall? In Nigeria, we normally say, let's make some noise, make some noise, make some noise. So that you are here. You are Africa, you are the Neji of the continent. You are the Neji. So I want to thank you, stand on the existing protocol once more to thank you. Thank the organizers, those who have presented the papers, those who are still here, those some who have slept off after the meal. I've been here since morning. I've followed all the presentations from the Deputy Prime Minister to the Minister of Women Affairs to all the speeches. And I want to believe only one thing is left. There's nothing that has not been spoken about. But what is left is action. We've had enough theories. What is a practical step that African youth can take to redeem Africa? That is the step. That is the energy. What is the practical step we can take? Africa is not in debt of policies and laws. Our challenge is how to implement those laws. This is Africa. Africa Africa of Nelson Mandela of South Africa. They spoke about mindset this morning. Mindset. Nelson Mandela put his mindset to defeat apartheid in South Africa. He sacrificed for it. He carried the cross. He defeated South Africa, at least at the level of policy. Please, it's the same Africa that we had Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. Nyerere ruled Tanzania as president and retired, and people volunteered to build house for him. It's the same Africa. It's the same Africa that we had Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana. They just mentioned this morning Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso. So what else do we need in Africa except to undergo what Amika Cabra called classicide to change Renaissance? They asked the question, is Africa a Renaissance or recolonization? And my answer is we are undergoing recolonization, not Renaissance. If it is Renaissance, we can't be undergoing Renaissance, and African leaders will not want young people to be in power. African leaders, for a young man, you want to be president, they will lock you up and beat you up. Is that how to undergo Renaissance? No. It means that we need, if we want to undergo rebirth, we need to take the challenges, to take the bull by the horn. As part of the discussion on this topic of robot identity is smart education. Education is key that unlocks potentials of people, young people. Everybody, without education, we're not going anywhere. The West and America we depend on today, they have got their resources from Africa. It is Africa that made them who they are. Now Africa is in turn depending on them. Why would it be so? We need that education. We need smart education. We need to move out from the level we are today to a new level. That's what smart education wants to do for us. It is part of this discussion we just had now about robust identity. How can a government plan for each population that it does not know? You have to plan for a population that you know. For national development, you have to plan because you know you have the data, you have the statistics. You have aggregated the population and disaggregated them, and you're able to say, we have 1 million young people in school, 1 million young people out of school. You have so many, these ones are widowed, these ones are disabled. You're able to plan. You're able to know when your unemployment is increasing or when it's decreasing. That is to say you have data to plan. And we can only do that when we have the education. This era of technology. And in Africa, especially in my own place, Nigeria, I've been to South Africa. I've also gone to villages in South Africa. I've gone to Zambia. Some villages, they are not too much different from the villages in Nigeria. How many countries have adopted smart education procedure? Because if we don't move out from the primordial level we are now to the next level, COVID-19 taught the whole world a lesson. COVID-19 shut down the entire world, including Africa. And people were at home. They developed a lot of creativity. That was when Africans began to do lessons at home instead of going to classrooms. We now know it is possible for people to stay at home, undergo their lectures online, finish all the lectures, and without going to school, and they still acquire the same certificate. Until today, the online studies has continued, even after the effect of COVID-19 is going down. The online, that's one of the innovations that COVID-19 brought, and is part of smart education. We know in rural areas in Nigeria up to today, as I'm talking to you, it is only one school. Despite various policies of government on smart education, it's only one school in FCT that government has engaged directly with just 530 students on practical application of smart education. But we have various policies on smart education. In Chad, they have equally adopted a situation where they want all the teachers to undergo training, because if you want to to provide smart education, the teachers too needed to be trained in order to train the children. In few other countries in Africa, like South Africa, it was introduced in South Africa as a government policy. And they started it in few of the counties, but the government has it as a policy. The politicians were also to be involved and private sector engaged. But in some of the policies, some of the counties and provinces, it is not working. In some places, it's working to some level, but there are some other places that it is not working. Generally in Africa, we are not engaging the proper technology in the era of technology to bring our people out so that they can now face the challenges of the digital world. Now, it is a challenge to African leaders. And that is why I've always advocated that we can only make changes in Africa when you allow young people to be in power. We have digital youths who are here. If you give them opportunity and include them in leadership, they will make changes, introduce changes. Emmanuel Macron was 39 years when he became Prime Minister of France. 39 years old. In Austria, the young man there was Prime Minister at the age of 29. You do not expect what somebody at 29 will do with somebody who is 96. Yet in Africa today, people who are 90 years, 96 years do not want to live power. They don't want to involve the young people. How can the young people grow when they are not involving them? How do we grow? The challenge here, we've first spoken this morning, the Prime Minister said you connect to the values. What are those values? African values. How do you connect if you don't give us chance? The prof talked about Ubuntu. Unity. How do we build that synergy as Africa under that unity as a people? How do we make it so that somebody from Nigeria coming to Ethiopia will be seen as one, as an African? You move from one part of Africa to the other, you are one. Europe did it, 27 countries in Europe, they use one passport. They don't have any visa to enter any of their countries. Why would Africa not do that? This is what we can do when we are technology driven. And we have people who can do it. All they need is the chance to do it. They are sitting here and they have the knowledge. But we need to give them a chance to do it. But you know what? You can still do it. We need to undertake revolution. Revolution is not war, it's not crisis, it's not violence. The youth population in Africa today is said to be 60%. 60% of African population. Assuming during elections in each country, and you're able to organize yourself using Twitter, Facebook, and social media. The Minister of Women Affairs talked about using social media for positive values. You can use social media to organize yourself in elections. And when a youth is contesting an election, he wins that election, you stand on your way and protect your vote and is sworn into office. Instead of allowing yourself to be used as tools by those ones who refuse to leave office. That is what the challenge we have. It's no longer the challenge of how many papers we present here and the theories. It is what is the practical step that we can take to achieve the reasons why we are here. We can gather here next year and speak the same theory. Somebody asked Prof. Mamo, what are the steps we can take to solve the crisis in Ethiopia? Ethiopia used to be seen as a capital of Africa. We do not want to say we are coming to Ethiopia and you are afraid to enter. Nigeria was once good, so wonderful like that, but today we are devastated by insurgency. Nigeria, a country of over 216 million people do no longer sleep with their two eyes closed. The Boko Haram insurgency and banditry has already, because we don't have borders. There's no border anywhere in Africa. And the people that have already been impoverished will never allow us to have those borders. They will never allow us to live in peace because we are still depending on them for loans for development. We have enough resources to develop Africa. We don't have to look elsewhere for loans. But our leaders must come together, unite together, stand together to use our resources, both material and human, to develop Africa and start depending on the people that are impoverishing us. That is the only way we can move forward. And we can only do it. It's not to gather each year and speak. We should go back and put to use our strength, our energy as a people. That's why I have degrees at different levels. Come together in different countries. Let's galvanize. Let's work together. We must change Africa for good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. African problems, but African solutions, right? That's what they have been saying, African problems, African youth challenges, but opportunities that has been raising, that have been forward through our intellects right here. Please give them a round of applause for the warm, fruitful discussion and ideas they have shared with us. I was taking notes, and I'm sure you guys were doing the same, because these are the kind of people that we cannot easily access. Those people, those individuals, these are resources. So I highly encourage every one of you here who are gathered or virtually attending this summit to take notes to make sure that you are using the best out of this, because this is one of a kind of event, right? Yeah? Excellent. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to give the audience to ask a question. When it comes to, as a youth, it's always a challenge that we have, that we are having literally an identity crisis. We're not sure if we are kind of coping what we are having through social media, unfiltered, 24/7. And they are telling us that in order to have a robust identity, our own identity in the 21st century, amongst any kind of challenge, we have 3 panelists. You guys can ask a question. How can we possibly build our own identity amongst any kind of external factors that we are facing? I'm going to give the opportunity to the audience. You can ask any one of the 3 panelists that you would like. I would like the ushers to hand over the mics for whomever would like to comment or ask a question. Is she 1 over there, 2, Professor, and 3 over there, and 4, a guy with an eyeglass, yes. Is she? 5 and 6. Okay, I think let's start with the lady in 7. ቁጥራችሁን ያዙት. Make sure you are putting the numbers that I gave you in your heart. Actually, let's start with the gentleman at the end. Please introduce yourself and the person that you would like to address the question to. Thank you.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank God for this day and this event, for bringing everybody together, even more One Africa and a Pan-African movement. And I'd like to appreciate everybody, starting from the security to the cleaners, everybody for organizing this event. My comment and question is to Dr. Malaku. And first, I like to state my comment. My comment is, we all should think my tribe is being a human being, and my state of mind is Ethiopian, because we're the only free country in the senses of the known values. But as youths, we're not Ethiopian, because Ethiopian is being free from any kind of external forces on the mind. So I believe everybody in the world should have that human tribe and the Ethiopian state of mind. That's my comment. My question for Dr. Malaku would be, when we define poverty, is it only on the states of the basic needs and the things that the world makes us want in the physical form, or is it beyond that? Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Did you capture the question, or do you want him to repeat it, Doctor? Number 2. Professor Hara, go in, please. Tolo tolo በለልኝና ፊት ለፊት ላይ. Thank you. ከፊት ለፊት. Thank you.
Thank you. My thing is just kind of comment, ideas on the identity. So I think identity has a kind of paradoxic nature. So I was looking into a presentation I made 13 years ago at a Toastmasters club in Boston. So the title that I chose was The Paradox of Identity. And I would like to mention a few lines from that. I pulled it, I could incorporate on my today's presentation, but I don't want it to be vast, and I had it with me. So what I was saying, our focus on a particular can enrich our bonds and make us do many things for each other.
a sense of belonging to a community is just seen as a source like capital. However, this focus on a single identity can result in exclusion of many others. Often the notion that reduces identity, one single affiliation encourages people to adopt an attitude that is partial, sectarian, intolerant, tyrannical, and suicidal, and frequently changes them into killers. So many of the violence around the world are associated with identity conflict. So, and then identity is defined differently by different people. So really, it's just, it has some paradoxic nature in it. Still, although I presented just simple presentation at a Toastmasters Club speech club, I still go back and it holds true because it was coming from within me. So it's really paradoxic in nature. How do we reconcile it? If we focus on single identity, it comes at exclusion of many others. And as human beings at the same time, we have so many identities. So what I did was like at the end, what I concluded was, and if one identity has to dominate, it should be our shared identity, because I always say my individual identity is more rich because it includes so many other things. I belong to so many people which connects me with different people in the world as a professional, as woman, and all that. So I call myself my single, I prefer my individual identity because it is rich. It has so many components. It had the things I chose to be, that the integrity, the work ethic, the humanity, and then also the ones I belong to, the language, the nation, you know. So it's really, we see it manipulated. Many of the conflicts in our continent and beyond are identity-based conflicts. So just for me, it has been really paradoxic in nature. How do we reconcile? How do we really construct that identity without, compromising and anything? So it's so manipulated. So we have to be careful. We have to really define it well, crystallize it. It's just very difficult, It's paradoxic in nature, so we have to be really careful. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yes, it really does, actually.
Yeah.
It really does. All right, question number 3. The gentleman over there with a white shirt and an eyeglass.
Thank you for this opportunity. My first question is for Dr. Malaku. In today's time, democracy became the definition of peace, and liberalism and capitalism became the definition of democracy from the West. This is the assignment given to Africa. My question is, how can we navigate this system without losing the partnership we have with the Western world? And how do we move against this and put our own political ideology regarding what the African people need? My second question is for Dr. German. My question for Dr. German is about globalization and modernization. So when it comes to Africa and globalization brings a lot of impacts to Africa, both negative and positive. Many other countries have policies in action to protect their citizens from global ideas that does not go with the culture and identity of those states. Will we ever, as Africa, as a continent, have a way that will protect the youth from misleading globalization and modernization? And if so, how do we integrate it with every state's leaders to contribute in this movement? My third question is regarding globalization and modernization. Let's take the IMF for example. And IMF, to do any business with a country, the country needs to fulfill certain things. And those are the ways. We can see it in donations, we can see it in many other policies. We have to give something in order to receive something. And how can we make it that we don't give more than we receive? And how do we go towards that? Thank you.
Amazing. It's an excellent question. 3 questions. Okay, question number 4. Who was it for?
Number 4.
Yes.
Yes, thank you for giving the floor. All the protocol is respected. Yeah. Since we are talking about globalization developments, so it seems like we are on the competitions of the world. But are we trying to compete with Africa itself, or we are trying to develop Africa? Firstly, instead of to talk about technology or competition with others, Western ideology. Because if you focus on, as you already mentioned, that the online system, educations, is it how quality is going to be guaranteed? The quality of online education system. Instead of to focus on education, on technology or any other things, why not to focus on food security first? Because if we are hungry, how can our minds be going to work? First of all, we need safety also. Because this kind of technology has no more guarantee. Because there is no safety of data. As you can see, the West have fought a lot and reached to the conclusion that, yes, we need as the Western. But my questions again also is, can we carry the same theories or ideology of the Western to the Africa to be developed? Or we need to create our own theories, the African theories, especially studied from the capitalists or as you already been mentioned, that reconstructions of ideas. Are we focusing to make a reconstruction of our own identity or our own theories as an Africans? Because not to confuse ourselves, because if we focus on capitalist idea of the Western, it's totally different. If you talk about liberalism also and other theories, they are totally different. They are not our own identity. They are very far from us. So the other things also that's been mentioned by about to have a common robot. How far are we in technology right now as an Africa? We are still depending on Western satellites. Are our data saved? Because if you say, let us develop on making this technology to be developed, are our data safe? So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think these are very burning questions as a youth, as a nation, and as African as well. I would love to give the floor to Dr. Malako to answer the 2 questions. The very first one, which was directly forwarded to you, and also the last question from the last gentleman. And then we'll go to Dr. Jerry to answer the 2 questions from Professor and our friend over there who asked 3 questions. Okay?
Thank you for the questions. First, about poverty. Perhaps the word poor is the only word that is universal in all the languages of the world. And in fact, in Iran language, in the Aryan language, there are 20 words that refer to poor. So poverty is a global phenomena. Now, until very recently, poverty has always been defined and actually connected with deprivation of money and property. It's only in relation to that poverty has been defined so far. But since 2 decades now, thanks to a few people-centered economists who came up with a new definition of poverty, which was taken over and accepted by the United Nations Development Program, which later developed the Human Development Index. And according to that, poverty is today defined as capability deprivation. When people's capability in many ways is deprived, then people become poor. That capability is not just economic or lack of finance, it is political, it is gender-based, it is natural, such as environment, and in many ways. So if people in communities or individuals are deprived of their capability to control their own role into controlling these, then they become poor. So today, poverty is defined in that way. If you look at that definition, if you go by that definition, then you can find millions and millions of people today are poor. That brings us to the question of the North in the South and the South in the North. The North is generally defined as, the rich world, the Western world. It is the North because Japan is also included. The South is the entire third world countries. So the poor countries are categorized as the South, the rich are categorized as the North. But that distinction, it was not that easy today, because it is increasingly be recognized that there is also the South. In the North, there is a great deal of poverty in the North as well, particularly in the United States, where there has never been a welfare state. In 1986, in one city alone, Chicago, there were 40,000 homeless people, one city. So if you combine all these mega cities in the United States, you can imagine, or you can guess, how many people were homeless. Homelessness is, of course, the lowest form of poverty. You simply don't have a house to live in. And from this perspective and from this sector, women constitute the majority of the poor, also in the North. In the South, not everybody is poor. We know that the political elite, the economic elite are not poor. In fact, some of them are much richer than those in the North. So poverty should be defined and seen from that perspective. The second question on democracy is, we in Ethiopia love to start discussion always with definitions. You don't have to define any word or any term in order to go into discussion, no. Democracy, you don't need to define democracy according to the West or according to the South, no. There are basic principles that characterize a given society to be called democratic. That's it. So if you have a system, a political system that empowers the poor, which means the empowerment here in this respect is connected with the capability of people, society. So their economic, political, social capability must be respected. So long as their capability is not denied, then you have the fundamental elements of democracy. Democracy is not just elections. It's not just voting or even the freedom of expression. No, that's not the only thing. The basic thing is the empowerment of community, which highlights or puts forward the most important element of that empowerment is the political empowerment. The political empowerment is the capacity and the right to participate in deciding their own affairs. This is primary and fundamental. The second element is, of course, so long as you have a state system, a political system, then you must have elections, regular elections. You must have a state that runs these elections. And if you want to have a democracy in this respect, political democracy, then you have a system, you must have a system where you have a modern state. in Africa, all these governments call themselves states. The only state, or the only modern state in Africa is the one in South Africa. The rest do not have modern states. They only have governments, centralized governments. Why is South Africa an exception in modern state? Because the government is accountable to the parliament. The parliament can throw the government anytime it wants. The parliament is accountable to the people. People can call any deputy from the parliament. People can dissolve the parliament if they want. The justice system is neutral from the government and the legislature. That's what makes a modern state. Which government or which system practices those relationships of power in Africa? Only South Africa. The rest are struggling to attain that. So long as you don't have a modern state, then you don't have accountability of the state, because there are no institutions that brings the government to accountability. So democracy should be defined that way. The last element is globalization. Globalization is not what many people think. Many people think globalization is an economic system connected with the discovery of these technology systems, the information and communication technology. No, that's not the only element. In fact, the most important element is not the information and communications technology. The most important element in globalization is the globalization of the market. When did the world become globalized as far as the market is concerned? That is in 1991, when the Soviet Union was dissolved. When the Soviet Union was dissolved and the Eastern Europe as a bloc collapsed, they all endorsed the market system. And then you have other countries such as Cuba, which is not in the European part. The only country in the world that did not renounce or that did not change towards the market system is North Korea. So the whole world, for the first time in 1991, for the first time in the world, the entire world accepted or endorsed the market system. That is what makes globalization. And in fact, that's why it's called globalization of the market. So globalization should be understood that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Malaku. Next up will be Dr. Jerry.
Prof. Who am I to be answering Prof question? Well, identity, yeah, it actually looks like a paradox. But just look at a simple illustration. Who I am, this is who I am, this is who we are. That's identity. There's something that distinguishes me from the other person and this group and that group. We're Africa. Before Christopher Columbus came, he discovered Africa. There's a difference between founding and discovery. We were there as Africa with our cultural identity, with all the things that are cultural respect, for example, as Africa. And he came and saw, oh, there are people living here. Because by then, there was no satellite to discover us. So he discovered us. So that's we as Africa, who we are. We are black. We are honest. We are trustworthy. We are respectful. That's identity. So when you talk about African, you know, this is what you can associate with African person. Then as a person, you stop somewhere in immigration, they say, who are you? I'm British, I'm from Ethiopia, I'm a Nigerian, I'm a public servant, I'm this. In Nigeria, you have about 3 major ethnic groups, and I'm Igbo, I'm a Yoruba, or Hausa. This is identity, this is what you're associated with. And say, Yoruba man, this is your culture, this is what you know about you. You genuflect when you see your senior. As Igbo man will stand, there's no king there, everybody's a king. As Hausa, you lie down on the floor, and then you have this system of leadership. So these are various ways of identifying people. So you either identify in group, you identify individuals. And the issue we're actually discussing is, can a government actually plan for its population it does not know? Because what we have, the major challenge in Africa, that we don't even know our population. Various countries of Africa. It's not about this manipulated census that sometimes politically you manipulate to suit those who are in power. In Nigeria, our population is in the north. So we are psychologically made to believe that the people in the north are more than the people in the south. So when we are going to presidential election, you already believe that if the north does not follow you, you will not win. We've not put that, we have not validated that argument, that assumption anywhere through proper census. And it's only when you do that census, you'll be able to know the classification, different classes of people you have in the society. This is this group, and this is who they are, this is where they are. You'll be able to plan, do your annual budgeting with that. So I think, much as it is, my young man here was talking about African identity, African history. Who are we as Africa? How can we work together as Africa without necessarily depending on people telling us who we are? Till we're able to isolate ourselves as people, as Africa, and do our things according to our African value system. Even if we're going to develop our own democracy, it mustn't be Western democracy if it's not working for us. We have system of leadership in Africa before democracy came. With different segments, different settlements, they have a way of electing their people. Assuming we develop that system, different from the Western democracy, and it is working for us. Then, instead of Western democracy that we're manipulating every day, rigging and everybody, in Nigeria today, we are making a proposal. In Igbo, the Igbo side, if you win election, you go to Ofo Juju. There's a particular Juju shrine. Instead of using the Bible to swear oath, go to the shrine. Because if you swear in that shrine and you fail to do that, you die. But the Bible, nothing happens to you. So we are now saying, okay, let's revert. That's our system. The Bible is not our own. This is what we know. This is what they know. That's our identity. So when you win an election, we are going to the shrine, and you swear there. And if you fail to keep your promises, you die. That is identity. So when you are copying the Bible, it's not our own. That democracy is not our own. So until we realize these things, and that's why the young people here, you have to start work. You need work to do. You need this work. You need this new level of thinking. Not just digitalization, not about digitalization, it's about rediscovering who we are, defending who we are, promoting who we are. Thank you, Prof.
Wow, thank you so much. All right, we are left with only 2 questions. I think the third participant has left. 2 questions, and then I'll go to the next session. A gentleman over there with an eyeglass.
Thank you. My name is Agze M. Supu. I am from Liberia, West Africa. I am a member of the African Youth for Development Commission dedicated to the conference headed by Mr. Latif. So I follow Dr. Malaku, I don't know if I get a name right, the first speaker conversation very closely, which highlighted the issue of women inclusion in as well as anti-corruption in Africa. And it is a very good thing. Women inclusion into leadership is good. It brings about less authoritative, and it makes the system more corporate. And the issue of anti-corruption is our responsibility, and I think that is one of Africa, if not Africa, greatest problem with the increase in rampant corruption. So the question here I have is, after listening to your deliberation, with the issue of corruption and the increase of corruption and the women exclusion into leadership, what can we do as African youth to drive the change in combating corruption or minimizing corruption in Africa, and also having more women into national, continental leadership in Africa? What can we do as youth in Africa? I think it is our responsibility, but there should be more emphasis placed on what we can do as young Africans, because every day they tell we are the future leaders. So I think it is now time that let the leader know what to do precisely.
Thank you so much. Final question. Final question. I already gave an opportunity, that's why I cannot give you. Show her your hand, please. Okay, shall we give it to the lady? Because people are really pointing towards her, you have to give her so many hands. She has so many friends over there. All right?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I guess my question is for every speaker that came today. The first question I have is that, what are the practical steps anyone can take as an ordinary citizen or youth with potential? Forget the policies, forget the rule, forget the regulation and politics. Now, as me, leaving this hall, if I decide to stop pointing fingers and take charge, what can I embed within me that can contribute to a better Ethiopia, better Africa, and better world? Kindly share some basic and impactful advices for the soul and for the heart that could follow us everywhere we go, and that makes us uncomfortable to sleep with our problems. Because I truly believe that all of us have something to contribute to any problem we're pointing at today. I would like to see a stage where we stop identifying with being victims and empower each other on what each of us can do to see a better tomorrow. Because as long as we're living, we have a purpose. And I came here today hoping that I'll learn something that I would change within me that can, so that I can give back, so that I can sleep with a peaceful heart, knowing that I've given my best. So ideas on this will be amazing. Another fear that I have is that we have identified with being victims so much, we don't even study the strategies and the tactics and the intentions of the oppressors, or also known as the Westerners. I have a question on why have we not studied their tactics and then use it against them per se, if they have bad intentions, to exploit it for our advantage. It would be nice to, to hear your ideas on these matters and issues. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for those questions. Due to the interest of time, what we are going to do is to answer 2 questions from our good friend from Liberia and also the lady who asked questions. And we're going to do this very briefly and then go to a networking event. We are literally left with only 1 event to conclude our fruitful day. I would like for you guys to stay to the end of this program, because we have kind of a surprise, interesting, upcoming views, influential, young Ethiopian amongst us. She's going to be entertaining us through her own way. Let that be a surprise. I want you guys to stay, remain in your seat, and also wait for that. Once we are done with this panel discussion, we'll go to a very brief networking breakout, and then we'll come back, and then we'll go that to entertainment, and then we'll complete our day. Let's go to Dr. Melaku, because the question was, I think, directed to you. Yeah?
Thank you for the questions. First, how to end corruption. This is perhaps the most serious question in this continent. But as far as I'm concerned, this is not something that you can end with a declaration, a law, or a state of emergency for that matter, or introducing extremely harsh measures. We have in Ethiopia, for example, Mengistu, during the military dictatorship, Mengistu introduced a very harsh system of punishing anybody corrupt. But he didn't end it. In fact, on the contrary, while he was still in power, corruption was rife. You cannot end corruption by force, by law, etc. No. You can end corruption only through introducing a system of accountability, a state system of accountability. That means people in power, particularly in government, the executive, must be accountable to the parliament. The parliament must be empowered to control the central government. If that relationship of power, or power, division of power, then the executive will be left alone to do whatever it wants, not as a collective, but individual people involved in power. So you must have a system, and that system is accountability. The parliament itself must also be accountable to the people. Any deputy in the parliament must be liable to be called down when the community itself calls for. You know, that kind of system must exist, because you cannot be a member of parliament forever, or you cannot be a member of parliament without being questioned, without being, asked for your actions. No. Your community, your constituency must have the power to ask you what you have done for that community and for your country. What have you done in the parliament when the government does this and that, when a certain ministry does this and that? You know, this is the kind of deputies we need in the parliament. And they can only act this way only if they are accountable to their own community. There must be a system. When this system can start, I don't know. It's a matter of process, but it has to start somewhere. This is very important. The other question is about hegemony. This is about the international system. We have been blaming, since recently we have been blaming the Western system, conniving with the rebels in the north to disintegrate this country. But we didn't go into deeper and question whether or not the Western system is really hegemonic or not. They do this, in my view, they do this because they are hegemonic. They practice hegemony, not only just vis-a-vis Ethiopia, but globally. These institutions, these powers have become extremely powerful after the end of the Cold War, because there is no power to challenge them. It's only now recently, since China really became economically very powerful, that these ones have started to be careful. Nevertheless, their agenda is global. They want to control the resources of the world. And wherever we have weak governments, weak civil society that doesn't control their governments, then they can easily control the resources of a given country through politicians. Very easy for them. They know they have this system for years and decades, not only just in Africa, but throughout the world. So the British, the Americans, the French are, they have rich experience in this. Whatever has worked in Niger can work in Ethiopia or somewhere in Vietnam. So they have references wherever they want to follow a policy. But at the end of the day, they practice hegemony. Hegemony is dominance, economic, political, social, ideological dominance. And they don't do this just through officials or their puppets within the governments. They also do through the media, education, and so, because ideological hegemony is very important, more important than anything else. It's not just this thing has been reduced to a very cliche, very stupid cliche called, what do you call it? Lies. Okay, lies. When the media lies. It's not only just lies. This is a deliberate distortion of facts that serve the hegemony of powerful elements in the world. So we have to understand that it is just hegemony. It's not the practice of this or that government. It is world hegemony. They are out to dominate the world. The French are out to dominate life in Niger. Niger is a predominantly Saharan country where you think there is nothing. But they are extremely rich mineral. They have uranium. The French are there to exploit that uranium. So everywhere, Africa has its riches, and the Western powers are there to control those riches. So in order to control and continue their control and make it for a very long time, they have to control the system, and they have to manipulate the minds of society as well. They continue to misinform you. They control your mind through music, films, even news, fake news. So I think hegemony should be viewed from this perspective. And it's extremely important for the African youth to really look into this as one of the main dangers of Pan-Africanism.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. One of our sisters was talking of what practical steps as a youth can she take to develop her potentials and contribute to a better Ethiopia or the world. I think that's the question, if I captured it well. Straightforward. If you're a student, for example, you follow the rules, you pass your exams without cheating, you come out to get a job, you don't involve yourself in things going on in the office that are not right, and when you say the wrong things, you point them out. You begin to feel very free when you are not an accomplice to wrongdoing. You are looking for something that will make you to feel free as a citizen and look at your country, what is happening in your country that you do not want. You can write books, you can speak directly to leaders, you can form, it could be an NGO or something, a platform through which you can relate with leadership. What it means that honesty, justice, equity is what you represent in whatever you do. That will open your potential to discover who you are. People will surely identify this is who you are. There are people who have won Nobel Laureate Awards because they stand for truth and defended it all their life. The challenge we have in our society, our prof is talking about corruption. Corruption is not fought when you arrest somebody and put in prison. That's not how to fight corruption. You fight corruption by setting up institutions that will naturally fight corruption. You set up institutions that when you do something, it will be open that you have done something, especially in this era of digitalization with so many NGOs everywhere. So for you to discover who you are is to follow the right steps. What are those things that you see that are wrong, going wrong? You point them out. You're not just pointing them out, you follow it up. That is what you do in so many places. And when you do it, you see that you are living a life that you are influencing someone. When you are speaking the truth and doing the right thing, somebody is learning from you. But when you are doing the wrong things, there are also people who are doing the wrong things. And that's one of the challenges we have in Africa today. Our leaders are making us believe that the wrong things are the right things, and that is not right.
Okay. Thank you so much for three of our panelists. Please give them a round of applause for giving us such a fruitful Amazing presentation. I would like for you guys to go back to your seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, what we are going to do next is the person that I told you about, our young, only 25 years old. You will judge when you see her. She's very young, humble, upcoming youth leader. I am very humbled to call her a friend. Many have been trained by her. A motivational speaker, trainer, youth leader, a woman, a lady, as the professor earlier said. I would like to invite Hannah Hailu to the stage. Please give her a round of applause. She has been speaking to different kinds of states and media personality. We're very humbled to have her amongst us. She will be giving us a very brief poem that will be participative, and then we'll go to our networking break after that.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to stand in front of you. ግን በአማርኛ ነው ፕሮግራም የተዘጋጀው። So I think በላልበልሃ እንካ ሰላምታ ታውቃላችሁ አይደለ? አማርኛ የምትናገሩ ሰዎች አይደለ? አሁን ነው ሞቲቬት የሚያደርጋቸው የሚያነቃቸው ነገር ፈልጊ ተብዬ ያዘጋጀውላችሁ። ስለዚህ እኔ ጠይቃችኋለሁ እናንተ ትመልሳላችሁ። አግሪ? እሺ። እንካ ሰላምታ አይሰማም። እንካ ሰላምታ በአንቺ ሀገር ማለት እኔ ሀገር ማለት አንቺ ወደፊትህ በርታ ወደፊትሽ በርቺ አጨብጭቡልኝ እሺ ልድገም ሌላ እንካ ሰላምታ በአፍሪካ መከለል ስናቆም ትንንሹን ቦታ የኔነት ቋጠሮ በእኛነት ሲፈታ የጥላቻ ነገር በመውደድ ሲተካ ዩናይትድ ስቴትስ ኦፍ አፍሪካ የምትባል ሀገር እናያለን ለካ እሺ ሌላ እንካ ሰላምታ በኡቡንቱ ነፃ መውጣት አሁን ነፃ መውጣት ዛሬ በአእምሮ መታሰር ይከፋል ሀገሬ የሰው ልጅ ነፃነት የሰው ልጅ ኩራቱ አንድ ድል ሲያስጠብቅ አንድም ድል ሲሰራ በገዛ ብርታቱ እሺ ልቀጥል እኔ አየሁት ሲታደስ እንካ ሰላምታ በናይሮቢ ዓለም አንድ ሀገር ስትሆን አፍሪካ ከተማ ኢትዮጵያ ትሁን ግቢ ስለዚህ በትልቁ አስብ አስፍተሽ አስቢ እንካ ሰላምታ አሁን ድምጻችሁ ቀነሰ በአዲስ አበባ እውቀትን ተርቦ ማስተዋል ተጠምቶ ወገናችን እንዲህ ግራ ከሚጋባ የኡቡንቱ መልእክት በያገሩ ይሂድ በየቤቱ ይግባ የመጨረሻ እንካ ሰላምታ በወኔ አጉር ነፃ እናውጣ ፓን አፍሪካ ይደገም ጀግና ደግሞ ይብዛልን ብለን ስንታገል ዛሬ በዘመኔ እስቲ ወዲያ በሉት የክልል ነፃ አውጪ የሚሉትን ቅኔ እንካ ሰላምታ ታደሰን ታውቁታላችሁ ደግነቱ ፖለቲከኛ አይደለም በታደሰ ኢትዮጵያም ቢያማት አፍሪካ ለቀሰ ናይጄሪያም ቢያማት አፍሪካ ለቀሰ ኡጋንዳ ጅቡቲ አልጄሪያም ቢያማት አፍሪካ ለቀሰ አፍሪካ ስታለቅስ እንኳን ምድር ቀርቶ ሰማይ ማቅለበሰ የመጨረሻ እንካ ሰላምታ አልወደዳችሁትም ማለት ነው ድምጻችሁ ጮክ ካላለ እንካ ሰላምታ በዛሬ ብሄድ ብጓዝ ብድህ ብሸሽም በርሬ ማረፊያ ወንበሬ መሸሸጊያ አድባሬ አፍሪካ ሀገሬ እንካ ሰላምታ በደም ግባት ከፍቅር ምጣዷ ጥል ያሰፉባት ሀገሬ ተገዳ ሰላም እንዳይርባት The last one, but not the least. እንካ ሰላምታ በመላ እልፍ ገዳይ ቢኖር እልፍ ፍቅር በላ አንድ ግን አይጠፋም ሰው እንደ ማንዴላ Thank you so much.
በደንብ አጨብጭቡላት እንደዚህ ብቻ። Please give her a round of applause. It was amazing, አይደል? ቆንጆ ነበር? በጣም ቆንጆ። Thank you so much, Hannah Ilu. Thank you so much. It's a really great pleasure to have such a young, very young, a youth leader, an entrepreneur, a motivational speaker, a trainer. Thank you so much for being with us and amongst us once again. Now we will be going to a networking event where you guys, which is literally one of the objectives of this summit, for you guys to connect, reconnect if you already know each other, and also try to exchange addresses as well. When we get back to 20 minutes maximum networking event, we'll go to the very last program of the day, which will be talking about Adwa, what Africa can learn from the Battle of Adwa, which we are really proud of, not just Ethiopian pride, it's African pride. We are going to discuss very briefly about Adwa, watch a documentary about Adwa, and hear from you guys, and then that will be the end of the session for today. Enjoy your 20 minutes break. Enjoy. Thank you so much. Try to get back to me just in 20 minutes so that we can complete the sessions early. Thank you.
you.